All right. Go live on Facebook. I should go live on Facebook. Is it about PLATNER or the Pinapples saga? It's probably about both. He's giddy. I am giddy, bro. I've been talking about Graham PLATNER for months. I've been talking about Graham PLATNER for months. I've been talking about the white left and white leftists for over a year. I've been screaming this. I've been screaming this. People have finally woken up. They have finally woken up. See Kavanaugh go spend the block on FD recently too, which is disappointing. It's weird because like I saw like Kavanaugh like defending FD like a few days ago, so I don't know what happened in between that.
I'm putting all white leftists.
Seeing the fruits of your labor, King. True. People doubted me. People doubted me. They were like, "Stop talking about it. Nothing's gonna come from it. You know, never gonna listen or learn." Which that last one may be true, but like, you gotta keep the pressure on, chat. Keep pushing.
On timeout until further notice. I've been hanging around y'all too long.
I don't know hard way about white leftists. It's okay, chatter. We all get there.
And now I'm putting all white leftists on timeout until further notice. I've been hanging around y'all too long, and now I have lice. And Black people shouldn't get lice. That it doesn't work like that for us. Lice in America cannot survive in Black hair. Y'all probably don't realize that because a lot of y'all don't be knowing shit about us, but we already off topic, and the fact that I'll be...
Oh, okay. He's come prepared.
Like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist.
Explaining Black people shit is kind of why I have this problem in the first place.
Also, Stephen Jung's there for the 15 months. And Snooze Mumrick. They were the 13 months. Much appreciated. Jack. Okay. This is the video I'll make you. We're watching this video. If I'm proven correct by this video, I'm gonna need y'all Prime subs. All right. I know y'all have Prime subs. I know you have an Amazon Prime account. All right.
Just subscribe.
You gotta give me something. What was the prediction? The prediction is that this video will prove me correct on everything that I've been saying so far. Who thank you for the Prime W. This is literally just dropped too. Okay, I'm ready. I'm so ready.
We're going to start out talking Graham PLATNER a little bit because he's a great framing tool for everything I want to get off my chest. I want to be really clear. I'm going to say that a lot in this video. I don't like this dude. He feels like a seasonal villain from a prestige political drama like House of Cards or Scandal or something. I'm not saying he's a Nazi, but he's at least like Hydra or Order of the Cyclops for those of you that watched Watchmen all those years ago. He just is that guy, and it's incredibly obvious to anyone who isn't some of y'all. And this isn't just taking issue with his military service. I don't have a purity politic toward anything, really, if you know me, but definitely not ex-military people on the left. I am anti-American military. Like, I don't want to misconstrue that. There are also Black Panthers who were ex-military. The American military spends billions of dollars marketing and propagandizing young people across this country.
Melanie for the Sun, thank you for the Prime.
So I try to hold a nuanced position for how that works. But I wouldn't apply this to PLATNER. 4 tours and Blackwater and a Nazi tattoo is a lot. And I know that's not a hot take. I know
Abu Ghraib, you know, and the fact that he knew that it was bad. I'm not going to get into it. I'm not going to get into it. Well, I won't get into it.
Even more moderate folks would agree with that. So I have to wonder why and how is PLATNER being pushed so hard by the establishment and the online left in general? PLATNER.
That's a great question. Do you think PLATNER will be as Fetterman as Fetterman? It depends on what you mean by Fetterman, right? I've asked this question before. Depends on what you mean by Fetterman. Do I think Graham PLATNER will come out and be fanatically pro-Israel in the midst of an ongoing genocide? No. Do I think that there is a likelihood, right? A likelihood that has evidence behind it, right? That Graham PLATNER is inconsistent on his positions and will get in office and will do things that are incoherent for what his worldview that he claims is? Yes. I do think that is a very likely thing. Rad and Radioactive, thank you for the gifted sub. Much appreciated.
Is the latest project out of the Fight Agency. The Fight Agency is a political consultancy that was started by some ex-Bernie Sanders, ex-John Fetterman folks. And in recent years, they've been behind the success of Zohran Mamdani, as well as people like Dan Osborne, Bob Brooks, etc. And aside from Zohran Mamdani, you kind of see what's happening here. All we're missing is Hank Hill. Like, the main, mostly valid argument that I will get about Plattner is that he's one of the few folks amongst the Democrats that vows to pull military support from Israel.
Not a single taxpayer dollar should be spent on arming and defending a country that commits a genocide.
And that is extremely important for Palestinian liberation. But I do have to ask.
But again, I have to remind you, he started saying this last year, right? That doesn't make what he's saying bad. But it does contextualize that that's the popular position, right? He started saying this after Ludwig, was on board, just to give you context. Just to give you context, right? This phase of the genocide started in October 2023, right? An entire year to go to October 2024, election happens in November, and then 10 months later, after that, does he start saying it? The Ludwig meter. It's true. It was after Ludwig moved. Just to give you context. Well, Charlie had already moved by this point. Ludwig had moved at this point. The normies have moved. Right? The Democrats had lost an election, right, in large part due to their position on exactly this. Yeah, even the Podjons have moved. Bro, the chorus creators that started after the election, right, started to be more pro-Palestine. Dean Withers moved. You know what I mean? Parker moved. Harry Sasson moved. Chris Mowry moved. All the TikTok white boys moved. Everybody to the left of Destiny himself had moved on this. What was he saying before that? Graham Plattner? Nothing. Actually, nothing. He didn't say anything. Well, he was on Reddit. That's the stuff he disavowed. But he didn't have a profile, right? He wasn't online saying that Israel doing a genocide is bad, right? He has a lot of stuff on Reddit, but somehow nothing. From 2023 to 2025, from October 2023 to August 2025, there is nothing to be said about the genocide from Graham Plattner. If that was anybody else, leftists would go feral. You know what I mean? H-Rock come around to being pro-Palestine. He was at Israel refused to talk about it. No, I think H-Rock still refuses to talk about it. I'm pretty sure. I think we checked a few months ago when I made my video on H-Rock. Which you can watch, by the way, if you want to. Oh, it's literally right here. H-Rock has a centrist problem. But that's my take.
Why are we being asked to not just tolerate Plattner for that reason, but to see him almost as the future of the Democratic Party and maybe even the left? Why has he become the darling of the online predominantly white left in this time frame? Why did the Fight Agency scout him in the first place? It's because the Fight Agency knows that this image of white American exceptionalism and especially masculinity is still highly valued amongst the white masses. He's doing a reskin of the Marlboro Man, or better yet, like Don Draper, Joel Miller from The Last of Us. Literally, he looks like Walter White. And I want you to remember, all of these characters were villains. And historically, it's always straight white men
Was Joel really a villain in The Last of Us? I know, if you think about it, like, was he really a villain? Or is he not just like a father, right? Who really cared about, his adopted daughter? And just think about it. Joe catching strays. Strays of humanity. Okay, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Isn't Last of Us BDS? I think the show is, but it was a game. Aren't we all Joels at the end of the day? If you think about it, exactly. I've never seen the show, by the way. Get all those fireflies. The fireflies tried to kill him. I don't know what to tell you. You may be like, oh, he also. Okay, I won't say anymore. I won't say anymore. I won't spoil it, even though the game came out like forever ago.
To realize that fact about those characters. And when you're not a straight white male, you always take note of those types of fans. They may not be the worst people in the world, but they're people to observe. But the left falling for the same trick like this is not surprising when you realize that white leftists in America have never consistently had a halfway decently developed racial analysis. And this is just a historical pattern at this point. Again, shout out to a book I've been reading from Brian Quoba, Hubert Harrison, The Forbidden Genius of Black Radicalism. Hubert Harrison was a lesser-known Black socialist who worked and wrote in the same eras as Booker T. Washington, Du Bois, and Garvey.
I was immediately sus on PLATNER because I was sus on Mamdani as well. And Mamdani has less red flags than PLATNER does. You know what I mean? Like, I think you should be sus on all politicians. That's my take, right? All politicians should be suspect in your mind until they prove themselves otherwise. And even then, you should still side-eye them slightly. Like, you sound good, but I don't know really fully, you know?
And was to the left of all of them during that time, including Du Bois. But in this, he also found himself confounded by the challenge of organizing with white socialists who at the time could not see past their anti-Blackness to form effective solidarity and build a functional coalition. And this pattern has never stopped repeating, which is illustrated by this excerpt from Eugene Debs that's in the book. In capitalism, the Negro question is a grave one and will grow more threatening as the contradictions and complications of capitalist society multiply, Debs allowed. But this need not worry us. Let them settle the Negro question in their way if they can. We have nothing to do with it, for that is their fight. Debs here exemplified the way in which even radical white people who called for a working class revolution against capitalism could simultaneously distance themselves from the specific challenges facing the most oppressed segment of the working class. I'm bringing this up because I want to show that
I feel like somebody that I know have said something like this. Just like, you know, maybe in a rant of sorts. Maybe. I've been saying this for months and nobody's been listening to me. People act like I was crazy.
that this is an infinite loop at this point. White leftists with little to no racial analytical frame can't help but censor their sensibilities, even in the face of obvious red flags, or clearly better options if they don't appeal to their aesthetics and need to censor themselves. Why have we centered Graham PLATNER when we have Chris Robb, who, from what I understand, is the furthest left candidate the Democrats have ever had in any political race? And he low-key still fits the gruff leftist daddy kink that so many of y'all seem to like. Another face that I haven't seen on my feed at all and I had to get from somebody else is Charles Booker. Booker has as progressive an agenda as you can have in mainstream politics and is in a very vulnerable red state that could use a lot more attention and support from the online left. And it's not there. Booker's not just anti-sending weapons to Israel. He's Medicare for all. He's for universal basic income, stopping data centers, decriminalizing poverty, and reparations is everything you can want from a mainstream politician.
Listen, they don't care about reparations. Let's be real about this. Let's be real about this. They don't care about reparations. That is not a battle that white leftists are fighting. It's not. But yeah, Hartsell as well. This is like there is a reason why you don't hear about like the black leftists in this regard. I said this before, right? And how like the only time that like black leftists really come up as a point of discussion is when it's used to like defend white left, right? It's when white leftists want to to move past like the racism allegations. So they're like, what? No. I know this black person. Right, but when it comes to like the way that support is like distributed, there is way more attention on, you know, the Grand Platiners, because the Grand Platiners are useful to building a political project that they want, right? So he points to nice bathroom. Oh, you talk about, you said your own name in the third person. Honestly, that's a bigger red flag than Grand Platiners. Think about it. Right, but like the coverage is just uneven.
But he's invisible compared to Plattner. I don't follow elections much unless it's local, but I have seen Plattner's face a million times more than either Rob or Booker. Rob did spend some time with Hasan. Booker, he's got nothing as far as I can tell. Meanwhile, Plattner has tons of interviews, Majority Report, Mehdi Hasan, New York Times. Why is this happening? Why is that viable? From my perspective and experience, a lot of white leftists understand that it's bad to be racist, but they don't actually understand why racism is bad or how it works. The absence of a critical understanding of how whiteness works is why a lot of them fall for the same trick over and over, to the point where the fight agency clearly has this type built out just for y'all. If you want to vote for Plattner as an odious candidate that will help end military support to Israel, go ahead, but it should be treated as a tainted compromise for the sake of a free Palestine. Not
Exactly. This is exactly what I've been saying. People who are like, no, if given the opportunity, I'll vote for 1,000,000 Grand Platiners. Like, I'm just like, no, it should be the same thing with like Kamala Harris. It's lesser evil voting that you are doing because there's literally no other option at this point, and you hate it, right? You're like, ugh, I hate that I have to vote for this guy and he sucks. People who are writing for him, I think it's very silly because he does suck. He's not good.
Not a vision for the future of the left. He should not be in our faces as much as he is. He should not have the defenders that he has that I know will show up in his comment section. He should be the online left's sneaky link that you never see in the light of day and never talk about in public. And the fact that so many white leftists don't feel this is sadly par for the course. The red flags that he has don't bother some of y'all because those red flags have never been weaponized against you. But when you're someone who's historically been targeted by this archetype, you pay attention to those patterns. You don't compromise with that. For reasons I won't get into, I've had to spend the last few weeks arguing that normalizing Nazi terminology, but wokely, is bad, and that no one on the left should be doing it. And I've had some, not many, I want to be clear, but plenty of white leftists try to argue that nobody cares about Nazis, as if a couple of Nazis didn't just shoot up a mosque in San Diego just a few weeks ago, or the fact that that exact type of Nazi terrorism happens like every 6 to 18 months in America. And it's impossible to remain in community or struggle with people who—
I've went 25 years of my life without seeing that picture of Dylan Roof, and I didn't need to see it now. I don't know what that was, but I wish I never saw it in my life.
who don't seem to mind that, who always put themselves first, especially when the struggle isn't about them in the first place. And after half a decade online, I'm tired of seeing this pattern and repeating these same complaints. But the problem is that this entire space has always catered to a specific type of white guy online, and that's what it was built for and what it always probably will be. See, BreadTube emerged as a venue to rehabilitate right-wing edgelords into leftist progressives, all after the rise of the alt-right. It has always had an extremely high tolerance for what Graham Plattner is, because he just like them for real. And while not every aspect of BreadTube has catered to this reformed edgelord Reddit troll archetype, it's clear that this element of the space remains influential and often sets the tone for the space, because even if these types don't make up the largest part of our audiences, they're almost always the loudest part, always the most online and the most active of the bunch. So let's talk about some drama for a bit. For years, I have not responded to drama publicly, and any drama from other creators whose opinions I don't care about, you haven't heard me talk about it publicly. And the reason for this is people don't care. People don't care about petty squabbles between creators that agree with each other 90% of the time. None of this is really material to any useful action toward a free Palestine or any social issue that you might care about. So rarely do I dedicate time to it in a serious sense. Some creators thrive off drama and they can't attract an audience otherwise. I am not one of those creators. So I want to apologize up front to the vast majority of people who will watch this and have no clue where this is coming from. But with that in mind, I won't be naming names. And to be clear, a lot of the things I'm going to say aren't going to be intended explicitly towards a few people. And it's more so me responding to a problem I've been seeing forever in the space as a whole. But before I even go there, let me clarify some things. I am unequivocally a supporter of a free Palestine. I see Palestine as a colonized nation, and no, I do not think Israel has a right to exist because it is an imperial project and cannot exist as anything but an imperial project. I do not even condemn Hamas. And I've had this stance on decolonization for years. If you pay attention, I don't know if this is a shocking thing to hear me say. It's only that probably if you haven't been paying attention, but a lot of y'all only, we'll get there. You cannot put limitations on how colonized people fight their oppressors. So no, I won't condemn Hamas the same way I wouldn't condemn the Mau Maus in Kenya or the Nat Turner slave rebellions or the Haitian Revolution or the IRA in Ireland. All of these entities were called terrorists at the time of their existence by their oppressors, and all are recognized as liberation movements today, despite the ugliness those movements may have existed in. And I believe Hamas will eventually be seen in the same light. I would love if violence didn't have to occur. And there are anti-colonial movements that do happen to occur with minimal violence, but it's not fair to call any anti-colonial violence senseless, because it is a direct response to the condition that the colonized are living under. And the thing to keep in mind is that Palestinians didn't just start getting genocided by Israel on October 7th, 2023. Now, I've seen people say that I've said nothing about the genocide in 3 years, and those people do not watch me. I've expressed my support for Palestine in multiple videos across multiple channels. One thing I'm really interested in with Palestine right now is because there's very obviously bad faith actors trying to involve themselves on all sides of the issue. Oh shit, it's 4,000 people in here. What the fuck? Let's talk about Palestine, motherfuckers. There are students across the country at college campuses protesting and putting their personal lives and futures in jeopardy.
This is something that, I mean, yeah, if you say one in is, but like this is something that like Bad Banana does consistently, which is that he'll kind of just say things, right? He'll kind of just say things that like don't even need to necessarily be correct or true. And then, like, the audiences will just kind of, like, take his word for it. Because, like, you know, why would they not? So, Catch went a pile on and said the same thing, that FD never covered Palestine. Right? But there is I will say, there is a critique that you can make, right? I made an FD signifier a few years ago on Kamala Harris, right? I think I said it in my Kamala Harris video about why she lost. One person fighting for their lives in your YouTube chat? Is there? Why? What are they saying? Hello, YouTube chat. I do see you. Black Africans don't hyperfixate on identity politics the way the Black Americans do. You're not losing any rights. Obama was the president. Kamala was just the VP. Racism is over because you had a Black president. Let it be known. Let it be known. Here, I'll do y'all a favor. Boom. 30-minute reprieve. I was talking about, oh, this is a Kamala Harris video. Where's it at?
Shapiro hand.
I can find it. I was in this at some point. Anyway, I did make a critique during the election cycle about FT Signifier's Kamala Harris take that I disagreed with. But you can make critiques without, like, you know, mischaracterizing or misrepresenting, you know?
jeopardy for free Palestine. There are professors getting arrested and detained right up the street from where I live.
Has said very little about Palestine for what I've seen and what we covered, more especially with the political YouTuber. He has talked about Palestine. I think the critique you can make, and the critique that I would have, is that during the election cycle, during 2020, not early, but like around the election cycle, there was a take that I saw from Ole and from FD slightly, which was that I don't know much about it, and so I'll let the people who know more about it speak on it. You know what I mean? That's not to say that he never spoke on it, but like that was a take that I saw, right? That he is like since like, corrected. Which is when he talked to like Mark Lamont Hill, where he went to be like, I'm going to go educate myself on this issue. And so I feel like you can critique that, and you can acknowledge that critique, that there was a time where he didn't speak on it as much as he should have, right? But also acknowledging that, like, if you want to say that he didn't make like a main channel video about it, or you can technically say that, I guess. But it's just not like true.
Live at this point at Emory University. Limbaugh's a racist. Glenn Beck is a racist. Gaza Strip was getting bombed. Obama didn't say shit. Did Lupe Fiasco, one of the biggest rappers in the world, low-key say free Palestine way back in 2011? Yes. Yes, he did. But my content is made for Black people, and the people I'm talking about usually are not Black. And so some of these newfound critics will just lie and say I've been silent, and this is being used to paint me as a person who is both sizing a genocide or a liberal Zionist or a Philo-Semite. I have very purposely never presented myself as a key voice on Palestine, which I don't think anyone sincerely is asking me for, but that has allowed for, I'll say, unprincipled people to make up narratives about my position when I dare to say something as bold as,
hey, maybe don't use Nazi dog whistles because you had a disagreement with someone on Twitter.
And instead of acknowledging that reasonable and extremely low bar of decency in this space, folks would rather accuse me of being a liberal Zionist. And I think the only reason why this FD doesn't care about Palestine narrative has gotten legs, because I didn't make a definitive FD signifier Palestine video.
Wait, that's what I just said. Is like he didn't make he didn't make a main channel video about Palestine.
My main channel, and some may see that as a lack of conviction, so let me clear that up as well. First, I want to engage with this idea that a video on Palestine would have been bad for my channel in some form or fashion, and this is just not based in reality. In fact, the opposite is true. Palestine videos, especially 2 years ago, were very popular. Sean's Palestine video 2 years ago is the second most watched video of the last 5 years, and even today, videos on the genocide can pull in good views. You never know how the algorithm is going to treat when you talk about certain topics. There's definitely, shadow banning, and there's definitely certain ways that if you talk about the genocide that will get a video demonetized.
I do not even condemn Hamas.
But it's like that for a lot of stuff, and there's definitely a market for content around Palestine. And to me, that's kind of gross.
But I wouldn't care if there was a video on it either. He nitpicked that too, with the numbers. Yes, right. And the issue is that, like, not even that there isn't something to criticize. It's that, right, it's used to fuel an interpersonal beef, right? It's not about whether or not, like, FD Signifier actually cares about Palestine or doesn't care about Palestine. It's, he got into a interpersonal beef with Lil Bill and FD Signifier, and was like, okay, now we need to, like, retroactively justify this beef and why it's okay for me to go after this person. Oh, it's because they're, a Zionist. Right? And that's kind of like, it's kind of what you do online. That's normal, like, online beef.
But it's the reality. This clip that is being spread to insinuate that I'm purposely avoiding making content about Palestine is literally me making content about Palestine because it's featuring Dr. Mark Lamont Hill, and it's the most watched video on my podcast channel. There was and is still great benefit for people to make pro-Palestinian content, especially white creators who love to jump in front of any trending social issue to be the face of it. And that's one of the reasons why I didn't do that shit. I have a different relationship and view of left tube and political content than many viewers and a lot of creators. I stopped viewing BreadTube as a space for serious political content, low-key almost immediately, but definitely after I made the Fuck the Police video back in like mid-2023. Fuck the Police was probably the first video I made where I wasn't already somewhat of an expert on the topic. I had to do more reading and research for that video than any video before it. I interviewed legitimate experts on the topic. I interviewed former inmates, and it ended up being a really, really great, highly informative video. I was so proud of how that video came out initially, but almost immediately upon its release, I felt bad about what I'd actually done. I had made this ostensibly radical piece of media and released it as a commercial product on a giant multinational data mining platform so they could advertise AI girlfriends and PragerU in between me talking about political prisoners and Black revolutionaries. It's just felt gross. Further, in the aftermath, I was somehow branded as a prison reform expert. Like, I remember having people reach out to me to platform.
This convo is even about Palestine because everyone in the group agrees on that. They don't even they don't agree on whether or not white leftists should be allowed to call Black leftists slaves. But that convo has never been about anti-Blackness. Yeah.
Me and pay me to consult with them on prison abolition. Meanwhile, BP, who I interviewed as not only a former prisoner themselves, but also worked to shut down prisons before. And BP hadn't even hit 10K on their own channel at the time. So at the end of the day, I was using BP's work and expertise and experience for my video, and they weren't receiving adequate credit for what I had done. It felt like I was doing the types of things I had always criticized other, mostly white content creators of doing with Black people, because the same thing happened during the Black Lives Matter uprisings in 2021. And at that point, I decided I wasn't going to make any serious political content unless I had something really unique to add to the greater discussion, not because there was a demand for it from a commercial audience. And after that video, I mostly stopped making explicitly political content. Aside from a video highlighting the student protest against Palestine and a media analysis video on Black cops, I didn't make a real politics video for over a year on my channel. And even when I returned to politics, it was for videos where I thought I had something unique to say, like me making the Hotep video, which nobody my size should be making a Hotep video. I'm also the only channel of my size who's been openly skeptical of Zohran Mamdani, and even that video was also a fundraiser for an org fighting for Palestine and against a cop city in Buffalo, New York. I'm not saying this is right. I'm not saying this is how everyone should be, but for me, if you're a larger creator who got big because of pop culture and mostly non-political stuff, which was the case for me, the move isn't to suddenly try to take up space as an historian on a topic you aren't an expert in. Instead, you should be offering support directly and then intertwine Palestine into the type of content you already make. So that's what I did. And people that watch me know this. Could I have done more? Yes. I think anyone that tells you they did everything they could have these past couple of years is a liar, but I did not foresee a future where not having made a specific video will be weaponized against me in this way. So I stuck with my principles and how I perceive this medium and this platform. And maybe naively, I figured most people would be normal about it. Like, I could go on forever. There's a whole extra BreadTube ain't shit critique video that I probably can do right now because of how this medium incentivizes grifting and bad faith behavior. And the audience doesn't realize that they're more concerned about their own parasocial relationships with creators than the issue the creator is talking about. But all this said, I recently realized something regarding the genocide that I felt was useful, and I started researching for it to make a video. And in doing that research, I had to start rearranging my preconceived notions around the topic. For example, I had mostly up until this point framed Zionism as an intrinsically white supremacist concept. And this is not illogical to do. White supremacy is the dominant framework of imperialism worldwide. Zionism comes from Europe. The inhumanity that Zionists partake in looks exactly like the humanity that white supremacists have shown people of color since colonialism started. But then I began to encounter Jewish supremacy, and I imagined that that is a term that to the average person sets off alarm bells, because in Western culture and media, the term Jewish supremacy is mostly prominent amongst neo-Nazis. And even I, for a second, was taken aback by the term, especially since I had been seeing other creators sound more like 4chan trolls than leftists for the last couple of months. Thankfully, I had peers who knew more than me and introduced me to scholarship from actual Palestinians to clarify the concept. For anyone who wants to know more, I think Muhammad El-Kur's book, Perfect Victims, is a great place to start because it's not written as a piece of academic scholarship, so anyone could really understand it. If you want something more academic, I'll link a great article from the Journey of Holy Land and Palestinian Studies that explicitly bridges the gap between Jewish supremacy and white supremacy. And I'll also add a work from Fayez Sayegh. I apologize if I got that name wrong. And that goes way back to 1965, illustrating the concept. The sad irony, though, is that the way I managed this learning experience going in to make this video has gotten me into drama. And now I have to address the drama to hopefully not distract from the actual video when I release it, hopefully later this month. A video
I still think everyone should just block Panda about it. I've said it since for the jump. You know what I mean? Months ago. You know? Just hit the block and then just keep it scrolling. Got a timer go out on YouTube when I open this empty video. That's so funny. He's just a distraction and a derailer through and through. These are getting worse and worse. Not particularly. He just picked different targets. This is the same thing I said about Ethan Klein originally. Like, Ethan Klein didn't change the behavior when he went from an anti-SJW to, you know, like a liberal. He was doing the same thing, just against different targets. The things that he was doing against like Black people and queer people, like in like 2014, he started doing it against like Ben Shapiro, and people changed, like cheered him on. And I said the same thing. I was like, don't cheer on, right, Ethan Klein for doing this because, you know, he's doing the same thing that he usually does. And when he runs out of targets over there, he's inevitably going to turn around and then weaponize those same tactics against the rest of us. That's exactly what he did. Right? That's exactly what he did. And unfortunately with what's it called? With like white leftists in general, right? That's like they look at like the tactics and they're like, I love those tactics. Right? It's why Kyle Klinsky is like, you know, insanely popular with his like dark woke commander or crusader thing, right? Where it's like they like the fact that Kyle Klinsky is like using like reactionary tactics against the bad people, but it normalizes those same tactics that will inevitably be used against people that aren't the bad. You know, when you're saying slurs against you know, conservatives, that's normalizing the slurs so that it's going to be said against like the leftists. It's cathartic to them. It gives them a feeling of having a voice. Yeah, it's and it's frustrating because like I wish they would just admit that it's catharsis, right? It's catharsis. It makes them feel good. It's not because it's effective politicking. It's not because it's actually rooted in a genuine care for the issues. It might be to some extent, right? But for the most part, it's catharsis. It's to let off steam. Right? It's not about being effective. But when you criticize that for not being effective and being like cathartic, then you're seen as like public enemy number one. It's how dare you get in the way of my catharsis? You must be a record, right? You must be that person over there. You must be a Zionist. You must be a right winger. You must be a liberal, right? Or a rad lib or whatever, right? Because you're getting in the way of my catharsis. You're getting in the way of my making myself feel good from being a reactionary person. Ultra's a new thing, yeah. How's comment about Stephen Miller's ugly tweet just fueled a bunch of nasty people to be extra gross about dark. Yeah, that's just what it is, right? And white politics is rooted in catharsis, right? It just is. It's rooted in catharsis. It's rooted in like emotional levity. It's not because it's not based in the feeling of oppression, right? They're oppressed like under like capitalism like the rest of us, right? But they're not marginalized, which means, right? Which means that their only avenue of like politics is just based on how they feel, right? It's not based on empathy. It's not based on and rooted in centering the victims. It's centering themselves and their feelings. Because it's a game to them, right? It's not reality to them. When Kyle Clancy is telling people to join ICE, right? Because we need good people in ICE. That's not based in any material reality. It's not based in having to live in communities with these people, right? When he's like saying you're using ableist slurs, that's not based in reality, right? When people weaponize and utilize like right-wing reactionary Nazi talking points, right, to make their points, that's not rooted in empathy for marginalized people. It's based in their own catharsis, right? They're bullies. They're mean-spirited people, and they want to find the what's the word? Acceptable targets for that bullying, right? And that's it. Because their life doesn't materially change one way or the other. And we know this is the case because we saw the one video about like that one white girl who was like, I'm a recovering mean girl. And I don't know where it is. I don't know where it is. Hold on. We watched it a while ago. I you know, it's almost impossible to find because I don't remember who the creator was.
I started on well before all this happened. I started researching more, which led to observations and learning, and that led to private conversations.
Oh, you're right. I think it was about slurs against ICE agents.
Which eventually turned into public content, and that public content turned into more public content, and that public content. And now I have to do this video before I finish that video so that that video can be seen and received as intended. And you wonder why I feel like this platform is not appropriate for serious political action. Now I have to own that once I mentioned people by name publicly, even if for all of 20 seconds, even if it was on a puny channel that's not even connected to BreadTube, if you publicly critique someone, you open it up for them to respond. And if they want to make 50-11 videos about me, I say your name on a record, you get to make an hour-long video complaining about it. Get your bag, Kings. It is what it is. I got careless and forgot that I wasn't just a guy sitting with peers discussing a topic that I was trying to learn more about. Instead, I was FD signifier participating in the commercial enterprise that is YouTube political content. And the irony is I predicted in that video that drama was on the way because I know how a lot of these people move. Especially as your voice gets more respected and grows, the thing that is happening right now, as we say all these names, right? If this manages to break containment, you can expect 55 response videos, right? And it might sound like fun right now, Dr. Ball, the marriage of hate. But as a person who's been in that crucible, in the eye of that hurricane, it's not, and people, I've seen people in the chat be like, it's about money and numbers. No, it's the frustration of having your voice distorted, of having what you mean and what you're trying to say distorted, and you literally cannot fix it. I know that a lot of these white leftists have zero shame, zero self-awareness, and zero interest in actual coalition building on this platform if it means they might have to decenter themselves. And that brings me back to PLATNER. PLATNER is popular because he's BreadTube personified. He is the former edgelord rehabilitated into the hero for oppressed people to make up for his past sins. And mind you, every piece of anti-colonial liberation theory that you will ever read will tell you that the colonized must free themselves, but don't tell that to your favorite BreadTuber or favorite BreadTube fan, because they'll swear that it's them that's the key to liberation for insert other group here. But further, PLATNER shows the failure of the American left presenting a principled anti-Zionist stance to a larger general public. I've noticed in my personal life and online that there's been a rise in what I'm going to describe as America First anti-Zionism. And normally when I make up a new term, I want credit for it, but please do not repeat. I'm positive there is somebody more worthy, some actual Palestinian scholar that is saying the exact same thing I'm saying. So like find them and give them credit for that term. But Plattner is a perfect example of what that is, because while he does claim to want to stop aid from Israel, he also wants to improve military recruitment. So he is not against American imperialism like you might think, which
He's also not an anti-Zionist. He's not an anti-Zionist. This is just him wanting to stop American tax dollars from giving weapons, right, and aid to Israel. Is not like that's not like anti-Zionism. He said once once Netanyahu is gone, we can keep writing blank checks again. I don't even think I've seen him like address Netanyahu like as a figure. Like I think it's just more like it's literally America first, like anti-Zionism. You know, it's America first, like anti-Israel support. It's we need to stop supporting Israel because not because they're specifically because it's to free the Palestinian people, but instead because that's our money, that's our stuff. Why are we giving our stuff over there? Right? It's more of that. Is he in favor of a complete arms embargo even, or just military aid? America's paying for it. I want to say that it's a full arms embargo, not because I know, because like I don't know. I'm gonna assume that he's for a full embargo in general, right? As in like not just like offensive weapons. He just said not a single like dollar of taxpayer money should be paying for weapons who are committing a genocide, which is true, but like that opens it up to like, okay, now Israel should be able to pay for it themselves, you know? So what Netanyahu said, yes. But again, I don't know what his specific position is in that regard. Like I have not seen all of Graham Plattner's takes on it.
Undermines any anti-Israeli stance he holds, and that's typical of pretty much all the Democrats right now. The sad reality is that the Democratic Party and the alleged progressive leaders in America have allowed themselves,
because I don't know, but I've only seen the taxpayer thing. I mean, you can look it up and check and let me know if I'm off base.
To be outmaneuvered on Zionism by the likes of Tucker Carlson and Margie Taylor.
Needs to happen one brick at a time, sure, but like then you can't call him an anti-Zionist. You just can't do that. You can say that like it's still necessary that we have people like that in office because it's like a step in the right direction, but you can't call him an anti-Zionist because of it, or whatever. Well, not you. I mean, people who are calling him an anti-Zionist. The way that no more military aid for Israel is like Netanyahu and Lindsey Graham's position like 6 months ago. Actually, wow, how vulnerable to psyops we are. Yeah.
Green, who, unlike anti-Zionists on the left, are likes of Tucker Carlson and have allowed themselves to be outmaneuvered on Zionism by the likes of Tucker Carlson and Margie Taylor Greene, who, unlike anti-Zionists on the left, are in fact obvious anti-Semites. Tucker Carlson is a crypto white supremacist who has spent years trying to normalize the Great Replacement theory, and Margie Taylor Greene is a former QAnon adherent who brought us Jewish space lasers and believes in blood light. Yet both are being—
It's kind of crazy that QAnon kind of fell out of favor. It was like the next big thing, for a while. Like obviously, like if QAnon is now mainstream without the name, but like you're not seeing their marketing did suck. Trump out queued them. Yeah. It's still around. I mean, not like it's around, it's just MAGA now. So like MAGA kind of absorbed it. It was like all alone. You know what I mean? Kind of absorbed it and was like, thank you very much. And they just dropped the name because the name was stupid. It sounded too conspiratorial. And people love their conspiracies, right? But like Trump's whole like drain the swamp, they're elite pedophiles or whatever, kind of works. Because it's like, it's true. And he's one of them. It's based in reality. Speaking of Tucker and Margie Taylor Greene, the way people are like, well, I didn't think I would agree with them. But here we are. Are they based now? They have some media literacy, have some comprehension. What are you talking about? Because these people don't, because they're not harmed by the bad stuff that they say. These are like by and large white people. They're not harmed by the crypto fascism. They're not harmed by the well, in the same way that like marginalized people are. They're not harmed by the white supremacy. Right? They get to look past it, and that is a point of white privilege for them, you know? They get to look at Marjorie Taylor Greene as like, wow, I didn't think we'd be fighting together on the same side. Right? But because they're not harmed by like the great replacement theory.
Being mainstreamed in a way.
White new to politics since COVID, so they didn't experience a peak of targeted white supremacy. No, not even just new to politics. They're like established, like older people who are in politics who are doing the same thing.
That I wouldn't have thought possible just a few years ago. People like Carlson and Green have infinitely more reach and influence than any of your favorite bread tubers, and thus they have been able to frontline this American first anti-Zionism, and it's become a popular position. It feels like for the first time ever, and this is a good thing, and I'll explain why in a second, anti-Zionism is a popular sentiment to hold, but anti-Zionism that is America first is letting America off the hook for its role in that genocide.
This is true.
Had a lot of people, both online and in my encounters in real life, smart people say something along the lines of Israel is controlling America. And no, the tail does not wag the dog. Israel is a settler colonial project built on genocide and mass murder. America is a settler colonial project built on genocide and mass murder, among other things. Game, recognized game. There are, of course, Zionists in American government and plenty of Zionists who are at the helm of powerful American institutions. And our current president does seem uniquely compromised in his ability to not be influenced, not just by Israel, but everyone. Like, it's everybody.
Not uniquely. We just had Joe Biden. You know what I mean? So, like, maybe, like, Trump is just more susceptible about being, like, pushed around by kind of anybody who's just says that he's pretty, you know? Like, Joe Biden was, like, insanely fanatical for Israel. He didn't need any, prodding. Right? Like, he was just like, yeah, no, I'll give Israel whatever they want to. Sure, why not?
Gets a piece of our president. But please believe that confluence of power.
Unique to boomer white men, but outside of that, it's just normal lobbying. In what way?
Or between Israel and
like
Zionists.
Like Joe Biden?
In America is not some secret, like, mystical thing. That's just how power and capitalists have always worked. One example of this America first anti-Zionism is like, people often say America was forced or tricked into a war with Iran due to Israel, but this ignores the history of hostility America has had with Iran. Iran, as a sovereign, strong nation, has been able to withstand American influence, and thus...
You can send links. Y'all do know that, like, subs not being able to send links is, like, specifically a Hasan thing. You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing like on Twitch's end specifically that says you can't send links to people. You thought about playing the new Bond game on stream? No. I've not thought about it. If we Path of Exile 2? No, I played Path of Exile 1 because it was free. But the new Lego Batman, also no.
Impedes on America's dominance of that region. And
wait, this is what we saw. This is what FT65 just showed on his stream. What was his position?
A single taxpayer dollar should be spent on arming and defending a country that commits a genocide.
I did not see this. I'll put it on a bit.
I would absolutely support Senator Sanders' bill to restrict military aid, but I'll be entirely honest, looking down the road, this is a nation that right now is exterminating people. It is going to be very difficult for me to ever be able to look at them again and see someone that we should be working with closely. An immense amount of work is going to have to be done, in my opinion, to fix that relationship, because what I am witnessing now is the height of horror. And the fact that it is being done by bombs that are built.
Like, that's not like again, not like that. That's better than the average Democratic line. Not anti-Zionism. That's not anti-Zionism. Like, it's just not.
In this country and paid for with our tax dollars is utterly unconscionable, and it needs to end.
Right? And you can say that, like, it's better than being better than the next guy is never going to create the type of change that people want. Yeah, like, and you can acknowledge that, like, well, you know, yeah, I'll take this over like Susan Collins or whatever, and like that's whatever. But like, you can't position him as an anti-Zionist. Somebody who's like, well, listen, Israel's killing a lot of people. If we're going to work with them, they're going to have to do a lot of work to make me feel like that's okay. It should be like there's nothing that Israel as an entity can do to ever gain the support of me or most of the American people. If he is what people are saying he is, needs to be the person leading that front, right? He's giving permission for Americans to be pro-Israel in the future. This is a permission structure for Americans to be pro-Israel in the future, right? He should be saying there's nothing Israel can do to gain support. Genocide should be a red line. This is not genocide as a red line. This is genocide as a suggestion, right? It's a red suggestion. It's like, well, if if Israel really wants our support again, they're gonna have to do a lot of work. It should be like, no, Israel as an entity cannot have our support. They cannot. They cannot continue to exist in the way that it is. It should be related not just for Israel. Yeah. That was a hot take. My take on Joe's election was that it was one of the most consequential elections ever for causing voter apathy towards lesser evil voting or electability. I think there's a lot of leftists or progressives took an L and voted for Joe just for a literal genocide to start. Yeah. And then he tried to run again in 2024. And then he dropped out, and Kamala joined, and also didn't change. Like the Joe Biden's like presidency, and at the end of it, did not do anything positive, like as it pertains to like the way that America exists, or exists with relation to Israel, right? But this is the position of like no more giving Israel weapons, right? This is what Netanyahu says.
Do you believe it's time for the state of Israel to re-examine and possibly reset its financial relationship to the United States, meaning what the United States provides to Israel?
Also, no, I don't think he thinks that.
Israel on an annual basis.
Absolutely. And I've said this to President Trump. I've said it to our own people. Their jaws dropped. But I said, look.
Well, what do you mean? What are you saying?
I want to draw down to zero the American financial support, the financial component of the military cooperation that we have, because we receive.
Wow. I can't believe Netanyahu is an anti-Zionist, guys. Because that's the take. That's not an anti-Zionist position. You have the literal, like, Hitler 2.0 here being like, yeah, I want America to give us no more weapons. Wow, anti-Zionist king. Like, what are we talking about, bro?
We receive $3.8 billion a year. And I think that it's time that we weaned ourselves from the remaining military support.
Can you give me a timetable?
I said, let's start now and do it over the next decade, over the next 10 years. But I want to start now. I don't want to wait for the next Congress. I want to start now.
So when a leftist, right, supposedly says that, like, we shouldn't give Israel any more of our weapons, right? We shouldn't give Israel any more of our weapons. That's not an anti-Zionist position. I don't believe him. I think he's angling for the money to be in other areas and get harder to track. But it is true our stance should be sanctions against Israel. I mean, like, I know I believe in the same as I believe in Grand PLATNER. Right? That and as a position, and I want to remind you, on the campaign trail, this is as radical as he's going to be. Politicians do not become more radical when they get in office. That's not a thing. This is as radical as he is going to be. It does not happen. They always overpromise on the campaign trail and underdeliver, every politician. And so if he can't take a position now that like we should completely cut ties with the state of Israel, bare minimum. That is the starting position. Even for me to even look in your direction. That's it. We should, bare minimum, cut ties. Full stop. Right? You are Kobe signing his power level, like Hasan literally said that. I disagree because people don't hide their power levels. That's not a thing. They promise things on their campaign trail that are popular. Israel is unpopular. It would make no sense for him to hide his disdain for Israel because he's unpopular. Because it's unpopular. Right? It's like say like somebody won't run on like fixing the healthcare system because they're trying to hide their power level. When running on fixing the healthcare system would help their chances because it's a popular policy. You know? But that's the take. Thinking about Fetterman and Cinema, like when they were running. Cinema
has been able to withstand American influence and thus impedes on America's dominance of that region and the resources that Iran controls, even with Israel sitting at Iran's doorstep. And Israel, because of its Zionist nature, has always wanted to attack it.
They push for sending Lebanon and Iran the Iron Dome. Famously, Zoran was hiding his power level when he said that he would arrest Bibi. Yeah. Like, again, that's what we need. You know what I mean? Stuff like that. It's popular. Nobody likes this guy. Why are you even posturing to working with Israel in the future? Why? Why is that even a conversation point?
Not a single taxpayer dollar should be spent on arming and defending a country that commits a genocide. I would absolutely support Senator Sanders' bill to restrict military aid, but I'll be entirely honest, looking down the road, this is a nation that right now is exterminating people. It is going to be very...
And so, for that reason, I cannot in good conscience ever support a nation that is built on... I mean, he's an American senator. To be fair, he is an American senator, so we can't really say that. Like...
Very difficult for me to ever be able to look at them again and see someone that we should be working with closely. An immense amount of work is going to have to be done, in my opinion, to fix that relationship. Because what I am witnessing...
Like, again, it's better than, like, the normal Democratic line. But, like, what can they do? What can somebody who have, like, very overtly committed a genocide do to win your favor back? What can they do? What can a like settler colonial project that is built on ethnic cleansing, right, and genocide ever do to fix that relationship? It should be nothing, by the way. The answer should be nothing. There is nothing. Turn themselves in. The entire state of Israel turned themselves into the ICC. Like, it as an entity cannot exist. These decades and decades of minimum re-education, integration, and enforcement after a one-state solution, the state as it is cannot exist. Exactly. It cannot exist as it currently stands. You can't fix that, bro. You cannot reform that. It's like the police. It's like the prison system. There are some institutions that are so corrupt that you cannot reform it. Right? You cannot ship a Theseus. You cannot ship a Theseus like the police system. You cannot ship a Theseus the prison system. You cannot ship a Theseus the state of Israel. It doesn't matter how many pieces you take away and then you put another piece in its place. It's going to be the same ship. With the same foundation. The same history. You're talking about cops in prisons is woke one. I don't even get me started on people using woke one, talking about like BLM basically. I might have to see one more, wow, woke one was crazy tweet. I will go stir fry crazy. Tip of Policius. That's funny. He's using the Bernie's, it's Baby's War obfuscation. BB's War obfuscation. But not in a, but just in a different way it sounds. He sounds like liberal Zionist at best. Yeah. Like, why is he even posturing that we will work with Israel in the future? It doesn't make sense. Literally, even if you like Graham Plattner, you have to admit that it doesn't make any sense for him to even posture working with Israel in the future. It doesn't make sense. It literally doesn't make sense. I don't get it. Overstating the excesses of woke one will be punishable by death under woke two. True. And correct. People acting like, wow, woke one was crazy when it was just like, hey, please stop killing black people. And like 2% like Nancy Pelosi doing the fist or whatever. Like, I agree.
Iran, along with everyone else in that region for years, but for the longest, America has not allowed them to because most American presidents fully understood that we probably can't win a war with Iran, which if you're paying attention is clearly correct. But that doesn't mean that we didn't desire to do the exact same thing Israel did. This is why you see so many other American politicians wanting more action from America.
That's horrible. Let the people listen. So Slur Singing was bad. Apparently I didn't because I kept doing it and they got mad.
In Iran, low-key on both sides of the aisle. America is not just allowed, but has encouraged Israel to be exactly what it is for decades at this point. It's just that this time around, Palestinians were able to show the world what is happening to them. And I want to be clear, Palestinians do not care and should not care how they get free or who in America is going to bring them to that point. If they get free because of a right-wing regime ushered in by Tucker Carlson decides to act on their innate hatred of Jewish people and pull support from Israel, that's an us problem. That's not a them problem. There's a great short essay from Laith Marouf, again, I apologize if I got that wrong, where he's responding to a recent interview where Norm Finkelstein basically says exactly what I'm saying here, but Marouf comes back to reiterate that none of that is a Palestinians' concern. Marouf says literally, why is it so hard to believe that America first could actually be Israel last? So if the left, and by that, I don't just mean us here on YouTube, although we are somewhat to blame, if the left can't present a crystal clear principle stance against Zionism to combat the nationalistic and ultimately fascist version that's taking a hold everywhere, including somewhat on the left, then we're fucked and we deserve it. So again, shout out to Chris Robb and Charles Booker, I guess. I'll leave some links on how to support them in the description. But the bottom line is how we get anti-Zionism into our government is our business. If it takes hold in a way that is not good for black people, gay people, Muslims, etc., is only good for these white folks that like to act like Nazis online. At the end of the day, that's our problem, not Palestinians. And I agree with that wholeheartedly. What I want to make clear is that if you pin all the atrocities Israel is committing right now on them,
I think it's also important to note though, right? That is true. But it's important to know, like, Marjorie Taylor Greene, not exactly, I'll say probably Tucker Carlson's a better example, is like, even if he's like consistent on his position of being anti-Israel, right? And he pushes for the destruction of the apartheid state of Israel. Like, he's going to want America to exist in Israel's place, right? So that's also important to know, right? He doesn't want Israel to stop oppressing Palestinians. He just wants Israel to stop being the middleman for Americans' oppression of Palestinians, right? In his ideal world, America comes in, kicks Israel out, takes over, and then starts doing the oppressing themselves, right? Because he's a white supremacist, white nationalist, and also pro the expansion of the American empire.
Controlling America to help them out, then you miss the fact that Israel and America's imperial interests are one and the same 99% of the time. And even seeing that as advocating for a free Palestine is short-sighted, because while Zionism couldn't function effectively without American aid, they would still be there in that region doing something horrible to those people, the same way America is doing horrible things to people all over the world right now, not just in Palestine, but in Cuba, Venezuela, Sudan, the Congo, all of these places where there are global calamities going on, comes back to us in some form or fashion. And this is not to say that Zionism doesn't have its own specific interests, or that it doesn't have nukes, or that it was not still doing Zionism before it had America's help. But understand, the relationship between Israel and America is one of mutual benefit, not some type of mind control that's happening from afar. And the reason why I connect that conspiratorial framing of Zionism back to a lot of white folks, white liberals, white leftists, is because it allows them to remain virtuous and not reflect on America's own history of genocide and how they fit into it. It's a framing to allow them to still be the heroes of the day, even when they're literally the villains. It allows them, like a grand partner, to say,
hey, I might have been part of the problem, but now I'm going to be part of the solution.
And all this other shit, just ignore it. Just pay no attention to the other things that clearly say that this is not the case. In short, this is white savior shit. A lot of it. Not all of it, not everyone, but a lot of it. And I'm tired of it. And I regret the fact that it took me to submit myself to racial abuse from a bunch of crack.
He said PLATNERs, which obviously.
I said years ago, before any of this was serious, is that once you've been around the block with so-called white allies, you recognize that they often don't care about you as much as they say they do. Again, word to Hubert Harrison, they just care that you represent a proxy for their fight against each other most of the time. They will use the premise that they're fighting for a good cause to troll other, usually white people that they don't like on Twitter. They'll literally act like Nazis, and then when people reasonably say, hey, stop that bullshit, they'll cry that they're being tone policed. And y'all are so unserious, and it's my fault for allowing that unseriousness to put me in this position to have to be like, all right, I'm good. And just one last thing, get off my chest. White leftists, I like y'all. Sometimes I love y'all. But I'm not one of y'all. And I've never been unclear about this. I don't have a white guilt savior complex. I didn't come to these politics through college. I came to them through life. I don't seek out strong fatherly male figures in my political outlook. I don't have the challenge of processing and unpacking whiteness in the imperial core like y'all do, but don't actually do the work to do. I'm not scared of losing y'all as an audience or losing access to any future or current opportunities because of any political positions I hold. And y'all would know this if you actually watch me. But like I said earlier, most of y'all don't. You just know that it's good to watch FD Signifier, but y'all motherfuckers don't watch my videos.
Yeah. And this is kind of a point that I think a lot of people aren't going to like to hear. And if I'm going to be real, a lot of people in the songs audience don't like to hear as well. Because mention black people and FD Signifier gets brought up. You know what I mean? And it's always only FD Signifier that gets brought up. They don't bring up any other black leftist. And there are a lot of black leftists online, right? You have Turb, Think Peace Tribe, Foreign. You have Ole as well. Again, no beef. You have shout out Tino R when Tino R was here. I miss Tino R. Old Tino R content. You have Cam James. I could keep going. Soul Bunny, Professor Flowers when Professor Flowers was around. They do beat up the Jam Boys every now and then. Just like everybody he's jealous of. True. Marcus, Doodleburb, Cat Black, Lil Bill. Like, there's a lot of them. There's a lot of them. Right? Yeah, Imani as well. Khadijah. There are so many. There's so many. Connor eats pants. Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's funny. Right? And so it doesn't feel, and this is the problem when it comes to like this topic of discussion, right? Where it's like a lot of people want to kind of present themselves as like, oh no, it's not that I don't listen to black leftists. I watch FD Signifier.
Luthier just subscribed. Sean,
Kind
I
of
hope you're having
thing,
a good
right?
day.
And it's just like, Cardi's parents is now the face of deadlock. True. Evo, thank you for the 4 months. But they don't actually do their work to actually watch, right, these creators. Right. And this is all I've been saying forever. And we can go back to this old where's that? Oh, we can go back to this old video that I made. It's only old because it was 7 months ago. Right? The white leftist rant. Week. The last week. So I can find it. Hasan streams. This isn't for anything Hasan did specifically. Even though I have my critiques of Hasan, as you know, I don't keep them secret. Right? There's a lot of people covering the deadlock guy getting exposed. The deadlock guy getting exposed. I don't know what that's about. But I find myself watching Hasan streams just less. Right? The environment that is crafted and that is created is just not. Let's skip forward a little bit. Because the chat feels hostile. Right? No, not feels hostile. Like, fuck it, it is hostile. Right. This was 7 months ago. Anyway, but this video is long. It's only 30 minutes. There's like a 30-minute starting soon screen. Right, where I talk about this exact issue, right? And that
Pete
the
Hegseth.
way that sorry, trigger warning for Grandpa Lighter. The way that Black people experience the space is just different. You know? It's just different than the way that white people experience the space. Right? And I've been screaming about this consistently. And honestly, nobody's really cared for the most part. Like, obviously, if you're watching me, like, you've probably heard me scream about it. But like the wider space doesn't care because the wider space centers whiteness. Even I would say even after this video, you know what I mean? Even after this FD video, I don't foresee it like radically shifting or changing. But you're just gonna keep seeing Black people come up into the space and then realize, oh, this space is not for me. I'm going to instead leave. Right? Because there's zero introspection to actually realize the lived experience that they have is just different than the lived experience that everybody else has. You know? Doug Streamer out for being a pedophile? What? Okay, that's craziness. It's only gotten worse. Even Hasan is shocked how fast his audience got duped by Tucker Carlson. Oh, is there a clip? I'm curious.
I constantly get accused of seeking out and playing to a white audience, and low-key, that's just racist. Like, that's just racism. Sometimes it's from Black haters too, like I have those, but like from y'all, it's just racism because it's hard for y'all to imagine that there is a large enough Black community to make my numbers number the way they do. And I want to be clear, I have videos intended for a white audience, and those videos tend to do great. But the vast majority of my most watched videos on all of my channels are videos focused on Black culture. The white audience
like
comes.
It's the reason why it's frustrating is like, I mean, as most of you know, like I decided to stop being a full-time streamer to go back to school because I hated the space so much. because I hated how the space was so much. I crashed out. I took a week-long break or 2-week-long break. In that time, I applied for school, got accepted, and I'm going back to school now because I hated how the space was so much. You know what I mean? And this is a FD's crash out, if you want to call it that. You know what I mean? It's his realization that, like, yo, right leftists suck. Some people talking about FD's Tyler Perry video on my timeline, they were not leftists or anything. Yeah. I get chatter freaking out over this video, not to be chopping, but it's just sad to see. I'm slightly curious. I don't think Hasan will react to it personally, but I'm also slightly curious on like the white leftist reaction.
Around only for the explicitly political videos, which is one of the reasons why I stopped doing them shits like I was. Y'all didn't watch my video.
If I had to guess, probably the Grand PLATNER stuff.
About a Spike Lee movie from nearly 30 years ago, which has over 1 million views. Y'all didn't watch my video on a barely remembered rap group from the 80s, which has over 1 million views. Y'all didn't watch my video on a black micro celebrity dating guru from the early 2000s that nobody even remembers, which has almost 1 million views. You didn't watch my Sinners video last year. You didn't watch my Lupe Fiasco video where I also mentioned Palestine. Y'all watched my Charlie Kirk video and I saw the numbers number differently. And thank you for that. I made that knowing y'all would come through. I made that low key for y'all and I hope you appreciated it and I'm glad that you watched. But that's the thing. Y'all only show up when it's a video that you can be comfortably centered in. And that's...
Yeah. Yeah. This is true. This is true. This is something that I realized, and I talked about this before, is that like the Hasan chat is fine with me when I'm defending Hasan. If I defend Hasan, right, it's fine and it's chill. But if I do a critique of Hasan that Hasan will then acknowledge at a later date, then I'm like public enemy number one. You know what I mean? And that's why it's the funny enough, Hasan seems to respect your critiques. I think so too. But it's the audiences, because that's just kind of how audiences are. You know? That's parasocial brain, that's different. It's not different. It's the same as this. It's white leftists don't like being uncomfortable, right? And being faced with uncomfortability. Hasan does this as well, right? If it's an audience member critiquing it, right? I think it's because Hasan knows me, he knows my critique is not coming from bad faith. But if it's from an audience member, right, it'll be met with that same like reaction of like, you know, or rejection. You feel me? Not just white leftists, it's whiteness problem. Yeah, it is whiteness problem. I think China has been ultra infected with populism and they want to hear healthcare. And then critiques of some critiques of Israel and nothing else matters. I mean, yeah, and this is why we've devolved so much from like woke one, because like that's when I felt like at a certain point people actually did care, right? That's where white people were actually like, I'll be uncomfortable, right? Not even just leftists, like white people in general, like liberals, centrists, were like, you know what, maybe I need to make myself uncomfortable. I need to make myself a little bit uncomfortable with how things are. You feel me? And at this point, it's just like, I don't know how to describe it.
Not a big deal for me if that's something I want to talk about as well, but I wish y'all to recognize that that says less about me and more about y'all. I just made a 4-hour Tyler Perry video, which has over 3 million views. I do not need a white audience, so don't mistake my cordiality at your presence for thinking you run shit here. Y'all's access to me has been me trying to be a positive force in the space as much as I can manage to be. I try to align with like-minded people who I want to see win. I try to share my platform as much as I can. I love having random conversations with people that I sometimes feel like I don't agree with, but I can't do that shit no more because motherfuckers be watching, and now I got lice. And that's on me. I need to do a better job of enforcing boundaries. So that's what we're going to do from here on out. Now let's talk about today's sponsor, which, yes, somehow still is Nebula. West, the water pornography today.
And so it's just like OnlyFans. It's just like, what was I gonna say? I don't know how else to describe this. The OnlyFans is that, like, I don't know how many times it will take for people to see black leftists, the group going after FD hate the Nebula people. Indeed. And to be fair, I think that there is rightful criticism you can make of the Nebula like creator space and Nebula as a platform. I think there are good and valid critiques to be made of like Nebula. Like how Nebula treated Second Thought, I think was atrocious. Right. I think that's also partially where a lot of this beef stems from. Right. And it's like kind of like proxy by FD being associated with Nebula and the way Nebula treated Second Thought. And like, I think maybe it was January 2024 or December 2023. It was like recently after October 7th. And Second Thought made I don't know if it was a take or a video or something. And Nebula kicked him off for it. Right. And that's where like that I think started. I'll decide Nebula isn't using with me because of their recent release fees. Not even productivity slop that I hated so much. I actually haven't been on video, Nebula. Still going on about that. That's where what the current drama is like an extension of that. Right? What's up, Miles? I think the tweet. It was the tweet on October 7th, wasn't it? Maybe it was some take that he had on after October 7th. You going to next TwitchCon? I don't think I am. I don't even know what it is. I know there's one happening right now in somewhere, the Netherlands. I think I'll be in school. There's one in November, Amsterdam, I believe. The TwitchCon is over. Oh, I don't know. I stopped keeping up with whatever Twitch is popping off with. Is Nebula drama again? I think. Okay. This is what I say. I think this current phase of discourse involving like FD and a few other people is partially an extension of the Nebula drama, and they're using FD as a proxy for like Nebula creators. So I think there is rightful criticism you can make of creators on Nebula and Nebula as a platform, right? Because there are a lot of creators on Nebula who've said virtually zero on power, like nothing. Political creators who will like make like political videos who haven't said anything on Palestine. That coupled with the fact that what was it? Nebula kicked off Second Thought for his take on Palestine in 2023, right? And then FD's association with that space kind of is what like started this drama originally that kind of came to a head with the more recent stuff. Kind of how I view it.
It's something completely different. Today.
Oh, so did y'all see this Legal Eagle? What did Legal Eagle do? Not say anything? Oh. Well, yeah. I think that's a real issue. That is a real issue. I'll get to this in a second. It's real about another starting drama. He just needs to find any little excuse. Yeah. Or is a newly turned Banana or has a newly turned Banana fanatic when I shut up about FD now. That's why you always block him and just move on. But my take was going to be, I don't know how many like black people have to like leave the space for like white leftists to realize that maybe there'd be a slight problem. Do I think it will happen? Not really. Ow. There are plenty of creators who have an issue with nebula users not talking about Palestine while they never talked about Sudan, not comparing or contrasting real world examples. I think it's slightly different. Why I don't necessarily engage with that talking point, because like if you're an American, like your country, right, America, is directly funding and facilitating the genocide, right, and giving them weapons. Like they're literally using American bombs, right? And so I do think it's slightly different in that way. Yeah, we have the power to stop Israel, and that like wanting to have all these voices, especially all these American voices, pushing for that end for the American government. Like I think that's fair, right? Like, I did think the nebula creators not talking about it is a problem. It is an issue, and I've criticized it as much. You know, they think they got it from here, and they are literally going to run into the same problem they had in white only unions. But I guess white leftists rather run off that hill than actually win. In short, they're just racist. Excuse me. Canada, we send our weapons and military equipment to you, so you consider Israel. We cheat and do this shell game. They talk out one mouth and do another. The direct line between U.S. and Israel's crimes, and obvious insane influence Israel has in U.S. politics. There's a line in Sudan as well. The support of the UAE, but that's tangential to Israel, ironically. Yeah. Right. Again, I'm not to like defend people who've not engaged in the genocide of Sudanese people or in the Congo. Like I think that's why it's slightly different. Also, tangentially related. Did y'all see that recent thing that happened with like black babies? And like influencers in China like abusing like black babies for content. The dolls. Well, first it started as the dolls, and then it was, actual. You haven't seen this? I only saw it because I saw tweets being like, and leftists will always say that China isn't racist or something. And I saw that. And I was like, what? And then I scrolled through. I was like, bro, this is kind of crazy. But somebody has a link to it. Maybe we'll look at it as well. AI, right? Not necessarily. There's a few different facets of it. There's like a trend happening on, like, I don't know if it's specifically Chinese social media, but that's what I've seen. But I could have getting a filtered view of it, where like there's like just these dolls of like black babies that are like being abused for like content, right? And then that turned into like abusing actual real life children, like in Africa. Like, it's craziness. But just to end on this discussion about the white left, right? And I've talked about it before. I have my takes on it. I've been consistent on it. And yeah, read black people in the space. Whenever we have a critique of the space, we're told we're distracted from real issues. We either stop bringing it up or leave half the time, unless we're fully capitulated. We're seen as a problem. Yeah. And so it's frustrating, but I don't have the energy to be frustrated anymore. Right, especially when I see the way that if I'm being real, when I see the way that Kyle Kalinske is given passes for the stuff that he's done. Kyle Kalinske has said more like rad lib stuff than FD Signifier ever has. Right? Kyle Kalinske defended Joe Biden putting people in cages. Kyle Kalinske said that good people should join ICE and that we need good ICE members to stop the bad ICE members. Kyle Kalinske has flagrantly used and weaponized slurs against like the conservative people. Like, Kyle Kalinsche's a liberal. He's a liberal. He is a through and through. But like, he's given a pass because his reactionary tendencies is identified with other white leftists. That's it. He defended the cages. Yes, he basically said that like Joe Biden's cages were different, right? I see if I can find it. He was like, I'm gonna debunk the way that people say that like Biden and Obama put people in cages too. It was that. I meant to show it on stream a while ago. I just don't remember it. Bad Banana and Cavernacle don't give Kyle a pass. I'm not talking about Bad Banana and Cavernacle. They have a separate white leftist issue. Let me see. Right, less with Cavernacle. I haven't seen much of the stuff with them. By and large, he seemed fine. Pages. Searching my bookmarks. Biden. Oh no, sorry. It wasn't the cages. It was kicking people off of Medicaid. Sorry, I did some misinformation. It was this.
I'm so over the false equivalence. I am so over it. Like, do I have issues with Democrats? Absolutely. It is not remotely anywhere near the same, and this Trump regime should prove that to you beyond any doubt whatsoever. The Democrats did not kick 18 million people off Medicaid. The Republicans did. The Democrats did not double, triple, and quadruple health insurance premiums. The Republicans did. The Democrats did not repeatedly cut taxes for the Epstein class and raise it on the bottom 90%. The Republicans did. I can go on, but I'm going to just cut it off at that. There is no both sides bad, false equivalence bullshit. We're done with that in the year 2026. I'm so...
They did over decades as well, just before this time. Yes. Like, this is liberalism. He's doing the Kamala Harris line of like, you can't say both sides are bad. They're not even close to being the same. Right? But he gets a pass for saying this. You know what I mean? He gets a pass for saying this. He has the same coy as a failure to keep the party in line. Does that make sense? I'm talking about the past, true. This is 2016 liberal talking about exactly. Right? But Kyle Kalinske is the dark woke commander, right? He's a dark woke king. He'll say this, he'll say that like good people need to join ICE, but that's seen as like totally chill and fine. Right? Because he's white. You gotta call it like it is. It's because he's white. It's because he's white and they identify with his whiteness. That's it. They see him as more useful, right, to the movement than they see the black people.
I don't think you guys understand that your lesser evil of today is more evil than the greater evil of yesterday. In 1982, Israel invaded Lebanon, occupying Beirut and subsequently killing 10,000 civilians. Ronald Reagan got on the phone and said, if you guys continue to do this, you will no longer be funded or protected by the United States. Cut that shit out. Israel leaves Lebanon. The lesser evil of today is more evil than the greater evil of yesterday.
6 months after, that's another kettle of fish. I mean, I've talked about it. I talked about Mehdi Hasan being a liberal as well. You know what I mean? But he does the same thing. Right? Again, he'll be like right on some things, but it's the same conversation of like, you know, like you kind of defending the Democrats. you can acknowledge that like on domestic issues, there are like Democrats are marginally better in certain instances, in certain circumstances. But you have to understand that like this idea that they're not like they don't serve the same interests, they don't serve to or work to protect capital. It's crazy. They do, right? They did kick people off of Medicaid. They're bad on healthcare. They're really bad on health. They suck. They put people in the cages before Trump put people in the cages, right? You have to acknowledge like that regard. You have to acknowledge that like there is not as much of a difference as people like to make it seem. That's it. Probably marginally better at Halo than Sean. I have not played a Halo in like 15 years. So probably. Why not? Because I don't own an Xbox. Last time I played Halo was at like my friend's house when I was in like I don't know, 5th grade, 6th grade or something. It's on PC now. Maybe I'll play Halo. I didn't know it was on Steam. I mean, are you anti-PLATNER? Define anti-PLATNER. You sub goal for Xbox. Xbox sub goal. Been on Steam for 10 years now. Listen, I've always been a PC person. But yeah, I've given my takes on PLATNER. Excuse me, it's BDS now. Get me started on PLATNER. I need to finish FD's video. The video didn't really talk about PLATNER that much after like the first 10 minutes. But I'm not a fan of Graham PLATNER. I've said it. I've done multiple streams on it. We can watch this interview that he gave. Will Maine voters extend forgiveness to another Graham PLATNER controversy where apparently he does another interview? Why does he keep getting interviews? Is a question you might ask. Right? And these interviews are all like, Graham PLATNER, people are unfairly maligning you. How does that make you feel? It makes me feel sad. Wow. It's nice to see a human side of a politician sometimes. I don't know. I don't know.
Is literally using the US military to make up for the fact that he's insecure about his own military service. That's insane. And so now he gets to posture and he gets to literally start wars so he can pretend that he's this big tough guy. I mean, I don't think there are a lot of Americans that want the world to think that everything they ever see.
Brother cheats on 12 women as his wife has trouble having a baby. The stress of him cheating could contribute to her losing the baby. His fans don't care. Well, I don't know. I'm not a doctor, so I can't speak on. Also, I don't really care about the cheating stuff in comparison to the rest of his other stuff. You know what I mean? Honestly, I had more of an issue with him being on Kick, like the Kick messaging platform than the cheating. That's, in my opinion, that's worse.
Said when they were 25 is who they are forever. Of course, Jeff Bezos is never said when they were 25. Americans that want the world to think that everything they ever said when they were 25 is who they are forever.
I'm 25 and I didn't have a Nazi tattoo. Also, he was in his 30s. How old is he now? Oh, sorry. 41. He's 41 now, which means he was in his 30s. He was 34 when he was doing stuff like that. That's a hilarious typo. Somebody in chat said graham cracker, and it was in my brain.
Of course, Jeff Bezos is going to tell us that if we raise his taxes, things won't get better. He doesn't want us to raise his taxes. He's a greedy person.
The path to turning the Senate blue runs in part through the state of Maine, and that hinges on the presumptive Democratic nominee, Graham Platt.
Prioritizing on Israel makes sense when you consider his rise in using empathy and forgiveness-based politics. His most popular clip is comes from accepting those who have done wrong, which is why his posturing is essential, essentially along the lines of anyone can be reformed. You might not agree with it, but I don't think it's wrong to posture that way, especially considering his bad. I don't give a fuck about how. I don't care. I don't care about how he's posturing, chat. I care about whether or not he's a good and moral person who is repentant for the harm that he has caused. I don't care about if it's a good electoral strategy. I don't care if people in Maine agree with him or not. I don't do my politics based on that. I don't give two flying flips. My care is whether or not he is apologetic for the fact that he contributed to a buttload of harm when he was younger. And by younger, I mean like a 34-year-old little baby, of course. And if it's not that, and if he doesn't feel apologetic for that, then it's, frick him, That's it. And people keep bringing up how it's like, it's good electorally for him to like not apologize or whatever. I don't care. Literally, I don't care. Elections, in my worldview, are a means to an end. They only matter in insofar as they will maybe like address the concerns of marginalized people in the future. If somebody on the campaign trail is unable to address the harm that they've caused, they're not going to do it when they're in office. Like,
PLATNER. But PLATNER's controversial past keeps catching up with him. On May 30th, reports emerged that PLATNER exchanged sexually explicit messages with multiple women early in his marriage. His wife, Amy Gertner, defended him in a video posted on X.
I think it's shameful behavior to spend time and energy and resources on negative ads and negative stories on Graham when all he's trying to do is improve the lives of people who work for a living.
The controversies around PLATNER don't end there, and they raise a big question. Does he have too much baggage to carry on, or can his anti-establishment political message that has generated so much...
make it easy for Zoran on the basis of good electoral strategy are now flailing, looking around the confusion, looking at him add more NYPD pigs and Eric Adams. When do we recognize this is all a part of a 5D chess plan for electoralism, which is coping out the actual agreement? And even then, Zoran Mamdani didn't have this kind of baggage. Right? But this is the same thing, like acknowledging that like politicians will lie to you, even the ones that you like. They will lie to you. They will misrepresent things, right? Because they're politicians. Right? This is like, okay. This is the equivalent of like Trump supporters being like, what? He said he was going to drain the swamp and do no more new wars. But now he's doing more new wars? Gasp. Like, you're silly. You are silly. Again, it would be one thing if it's like, yes, I know this person is lying to me, but I think they're better than like X person here. But this idea that like all politicians are just on the up and up and they will always do what they say and they are the bestest boys and girls of the world, it's just not based in reality. Spotlight on PLATNER isn't about empathy and forgiveness. It's about putting a policy in the back so we get a free Palestine. Graham PLATNER does not believe in a free Palestine, chatter. You are a rube and a fool. He's not an anti-Zionist. Maybe he would be if you actually push him to be that. But you're like, no, I'll accept this. I'll accept his, just his the same thing that Netanyahu said, basically. He said, like basically the same thing that Netanyahu said, which is like, no more financial aid to Israel. it's so silly. It's so silly. You are basically the same as both Trump supporters and K-hivers. There's zero critical thinking behind your eyes. There's none. There's none.
Much enthusiasm among the Democratic base carry him through. I spoke to Graham Plattner in Maine before news broke of these explicit messages. We offered him a follow-up interview to discuss the latest scandal. His campaign said he was too busy, but Plattner provided a statement that read in part, "I've learned throughout this campaign that people don't care about gossip or headlines. They care that you're fighting for their hospitals, their paycheck, their kids." Thank you so much for sitting down with me.
And even that is not even particularly radical. He's outflanked on a number of different avenues on his domestic policies too. His domestic policies are not even particularly radical.
Of course. Thanks for having me.
So we're sitting here, this is Maine Carpenters Union?
Yep.
I want to talk about why we're having the conversation we are here at this place, what it means to you.
Can I just add, they need freaking timestamps, bro.
I firmly believe that re-empowering organized labor is going to be one of the keys to building the power necessary to really take back our democracy from corporate interests, honestly, from the interest of money, from the interest of billionaires. Historically, organized labor has always really been the kind of foundation of any kind of real movement politics that is able to advocate for working people. And so being able to build a close relationship with labor, being able to go be an advocate for
if you're getting defunded, they can't afford timestamps. True.
Labor in the United States.
Was that one person in the comments who goes, "Here are the timestamps"? Yeah, where are they at, bro? They're not in the NPR fan base, unfortunately.
This is a pretty, core part of my politics. And so the relationships I've been able to build with the unions here in Maine, I mean, it's been an absolute honor. And it also is, I think, kind of core to the project we're undertaking, which is turn the Democratic Party back into the party of working people, back into the party that represents the interests of those who work, and frankly, those who are often exploited. And you can't represent the interests of those who are exploited and represent the interests of those who are exploiting them at the same time. But for quite some time now, there's an element of the party that has tried to do that.
So you're saying the Democratic Party right now is not a party for the working class?
I think if you ask working people in this country, which they would say no, which is reflected in the polling at the moment.
The typical ratings for the president are bad, but for the party, they're worse.
Right.
So why did you choose to run as a Democrat?
Because I am one. I've been a Democrat my entire life. And I firmly believe that the Democratic Party should be the party of labor unions, should be the party of community organizations, should be the party of civil rights organizations, should be the party that advocates continuously for systemic and structural change that is going to make the society uplift all of us, instead of creating structures that allow for consolidation of wealth and power and keep that wealth and power in the hands of very few. There are many people who talk about the Democratic Party as it once was, a party that used to represent labor unions, used to represent working people, and that one of the reasons why it has lost that support is because it ceased being that. And I believe it still can be.
What makes you qualified to be the senator for Maine? I mean, especially given the questions around your lack of political background, lack of running a huge business, and so on.
Well, it is very funny to me that we've created this idea that you can only
Do you understand this? Yes.
represent like the average American if you're rich, or if you spend a bunch of time around wealth and power, which is funny because the average American has not spent a bunch of time around wealth and power. The average American is not rich, does not come from some kind of specialized background that we have elevated. I actually think there's a story that's really coalesced in the last 50 years, which is this kind of, there's a gatekeeping about power. It's this idea that power is only for people who have a specific last name, or who come from wealth, or who are connected to it, people who have a specific kind of business background, or...
Wait, hold on, okay, run that back. Run that back, hold on. I gotta listen to this.
Come from some kind of specialized background that we have elevated. I actually think there's a story that's really coalesced in the last 50 years, which is this kind of, there's a gatekeeping about power. It's this idea that power is only for people who have a specific last name, or who come from wealth, or who are already connected to it, people who have...
He does know that he comes from wealth, right? Like your scarf? Oh, you mean my turban? Thank you.
A specific kind of business background, or have some kind of educational background. They're the ones who are competent. They're the ones who are worthy of wielding power. And that's not true. It's simply not true. One, they've been the ones wielding power for the past 50 years. Look where it got us. I don't think anybody's looking around right now and being like, yeah, this is all working really great for most Americans. We're all very happy with the outcomes that we have. Of course not. And so I honestly think that the question itself is sort of it's a defense of the system as it has stood. And I just don't buy it. I think the fact that I have served my country, multiple combat tours, the fact that I've seen up close.
Oh, sorry, run it back.
Is sort of it's a defense of the system as it has stood. And I just don't buy it. I think the fact that I have served my country, multiple combat tours, the fact that I've seen up close the actual realities of war, and then struggled afterwards with not just the trauma and the sort of the challenges that come with that, but also coming back to a society itself that had sent a lot of us off to fight in those wars. And when we came home, it almost didn't even acknowledge that those wars had happened in the first place.
That's how it felt.
Yeah, very much so. And going through that, and then going through, frankly, like the darkness and the alienation, the isolation that comes from it. And then getting help, getting therapy, going to the VA, moving back to my hometown, building a life in the community that I was born and raised in, reconnecting with people and rebuilding hope in that. And then at the exact same time, building a small business, growing food in the ocean for my community. I mean, we don't sell an oyster outside of a 25-mile radius. And that whole experience, I think to me, that makes me quite qualified to understand that policy, decisions made in DC, they have real material outcomes for people. It's not theory, it's not vague, it's not just words on a page, it's not just numbers. All of this stuff has a material reality for regular people in this country. It's one that I've seen.
I wanted to see if he would be apologetic for his service. All right, yeah, and then he went back.
Up close and personal, see the outcomes of. And I think that makes me very qualified to go up into that place of power and make sure that when policy is crafted, we're always keeping at the forefront of our minds. What is this going to do to regular everyday Americans? What is the material outcome of this? Because I think that the people who are quote unquote qualified, for quite some time, they've completely forgotten that that's what they should actually be thinking about. And that's why we're on the streets we are today.
Your detractors would say, oh, he's not a real working man. You know, he came from money. You know, these are things that are said about him. He's just cosplaying working man.
Yeah,
oh, yeah, it's okay. Put it back. Sorry.
Do to regular everyday Americans? What is the material outcome of this? Because I think that the people who are quote unquote qualified, for quite some time, they've completely forgotten that that's what they should actually be thinking about. And that's why we are on the streets we are today.
Your detractors would say, oh, he's not a real working man. You know, he came from money. You know, these are the things that are being said about it. He's just cosplaying working man.
Yeah,
what do you
really
say
sure.
to them?
Well, I mean, I started raking blueberries when I was 9. I had my first W-2 job before I even went to high school.
Mm-hmm.
I bagged groceries.
Okay, so like, you know, most of them. Okay, just because, okay, I just want to say this. Just because you've, okay, he's not doubting that he's come from money. I want to see if he's addressed that part, right? Like, sure, you could have like a job.
And pushed carts, did landscaping, and then worked on the Appalachian Mountain, the Appalachian Trail.
Went up on him so bad. I mean, yeah, because he's sucks.
Trail for the AMC on the professional trail crew. Those are all jobs that require you to work and use your hands.
And he did come from money. Are you disagreeing with that? Like, I want him to be truthful, right? I want him to say, yeah, I came from money. Came from a very privileged background, right? And be truthful and honest about, you know, his upbringing. I don't want him cosplaying as like working class, that he really understands you.
After that, I joined the infantry. Those are all jobs that require you to work and use your hands. After that, I joined the infantry, where
That does not mean you didn't come from money. Went into the destroy his campaign. He's not going to do that. I want him to be true. If him being truthful will destroy his campaign, then I'm sorry, you took an L supporting this man. If he needs to lie to win support, and that's what you want from your politicians, we want different things from politics. I'm sorry. I said I want him to be truthful, and you're like, you want him to destroy his campaign. I want power. This is not power, chat. If you think Graham Plattner getting elected is power, you're dumb. You're stupid. I'm sorry. You want the same thing that we've had for the last 100 years, 200 years, 250 years. You want another lying politician. You want a politician who is lying to you. Want a disagreement? No, this is a reality. You're dumb. You're a rube. You've had a lobotomy. That's not a point of disagreement. You're just stupid. You're literally like, I want to be lied to by my politicians. Why is my politician not lying to me? Shapes and colors, shapes and colors. That's all you want. I want a better society. Graham Plattner is not that. We could have politicians who don't lie to us. We could have politicians who say like the right thing and the correct thing without all of this baggage. That is a better world. That's it. That's what a better world is. What's the lie that he's being accused of? He's lying about his working class background. What is he lying about? He's lying about his working class background. He's lying that he didn't come from money. That's it.
I spent my 20s engaged in combat operations for this country and struggled afterwards.
Did he say he didn't come for money? I'm not doing this with y'all. I'm not doing this with y'all. He did not say, actually, I did not come for money. Yes, that's what the question is, chatter. Literally, that's what the question was. He claimed to be working class. That is a lie. He's not working class. He said he's working class. He's not working class. That is a lie. Yes or no? And then the question that she asked was like, some of your detractors will say that you're not actually working class. And he was like, well, I raked blueberries when I was 9. That is a lie. It is a mischaracterization of his past and his history. He does come from money. So he comes from money? Yes, he comes from money. His dad gave him $200,000 to buy a house. After his 4 tours. He did 4 tours. He got out, right? 5 years later, he went back home. He was like, you know what I mean? Well, I don't have any money. His dad was like, here's $200,000 to buy a house. And then he joined Blackwater a year later. Working class people have quite a lot of money. Chatter. He owns a business. He is definitionally not working class. He's a capital owner. What do you want me to say for me? He served alongside working class people? Oh, he served alongside working class people. Maybe that counts for something? No, it doesn't. What? Oh, he served alongside working class people, guys, by the way. He owns a business that is run on an island that his family owns. Don't forget it. I thought his friend or a family friend owned it. Island. What is this? 2350? This is so dumb.
I heard
literally it's shapes and colors, shapes and colors, shapes and colors. He can be wealthy and he can come from wealth. Him lying about it should mean something to you, chatter. That should mean something to you, right? You should question why he's doing that. Right? What is the lie? That he's working class. I literally just said it. You might be as stupid as he is. And you don't have the excuse of having the brain damage of going to war and doing 4 tours. I do have brain damage here. I'll help you out then. You don't need to be on Twitch. Go take a walk outside.
Regular people who were trying to figure out whether they believed you, specifically about this tattoo. Because you said, I didn't know what it was. Like, I put a skull and bones on my chest in 2007. But you've also described yourself as a military history buff. And
Yo, that's what I said. That's what I said.
Their question is, how did he not know if he is a military history buff?
Because that motif I have seen on French Foreign Legion units. Mm-hmm. I have seen it on U.S. Special Forces ODAs. I've seen it on other Marines. That skulls and crossbones of a myriad of kind of versions are, for fairly obvious reasons, incredibly popular in combat units.
Wait, that he didn't answer the question. He's like, well, everybody uses skull and crossbones. That wasn't the question. You got a specific tattoo, and they were just like, well, how do you reckon with the fact that like you got this tattoo and the fact that you had World War II history buff? We were like, well, people always use skull and crossbones. So
throughout history. So that's why. And for the record, I re-enlisted in the United States Army. I got screened for gang and hate tattoos. I worked for the State Department. I had a top secret clearance. I was on the ambassador to Afghanistan's security team, where I was screened for gang and hate tattoos. I do get a chuckle out of the fact that suddenly everyone is an expert on this version of Skull and Crossbones. But for 17 years of my life, including getting screened for tattoos, never once came up.
There's a certain public persona you have, right? Like
I hate that they just move on from this. Like, you know, I'd question the fact that he claimed that he knew exactly what it was. Like, or later on, he found out what it was. And then he always walks it back to it being a skull and crossbones. Yeah, our Secretary of War has a white nationalist tattoo. Yeah. But to be fair, liberal media can't say. They can't say, like, there are Nazis in the army. They should, because it's true. But, like, they're not going to say that. Right? Got the boot for the tattoo? No. He did not get booted from the military for the tattoo. The story no one mentions is how much the American government is okay with Nazis. Yeah, that's kind of the important part, which is like, yeah, they screened you and they were like, I have that one too. Nice. High five. He was like, yeah, I got screened, and at the screening, everybody did this weird hand salute thing to me. I didn't really know what it meant, but I thought it was like a cool thing to do, you know? That's kind of what it is. If you have a hayward sickle, everyone did it. Yeah, I'm a history buff, by the way. Anyway, let's continue on with this.
And then eventually came back to Maine, where I have become a diver and a farmer. My wife and I combined make about $60,000 a year.
You do get help from your family here. I mean, this is like, oh, your father's a lawyer, your grandfather's a story doctor.
Oh, that's the family question.
Crew. Those were all jobs that require you to work and use your hands. After that, I joined the infantry, where I spent my 20s engaged in combat operations for this country, struggled afterwards, and then eventually came back to Maine, where I have become a diver and an oyster farmer. My wife and I combined make about $60,000 a year.
You do get help from your family here and there. I mean, this is where you have to say, oh, your father's a lawyer, your grandfather's a story doctor, architect.
My father is a small-town lawyer in Ellsworth, Maine, who did bankruptcy and real estate law for his career.
That had enough, like, capital to give him $200,000 to buy a house. Why be dishonest about it? I don't get it. Just say, yeah, my dad's a lawyer, he helps me out, and I want that for everybody else. It's very simple. It's extremely simple. It's, yeah, I had parents to help me out, very privileged in that regard, right? I had the VA to help me out, very privileged in that regard. You know, I want everybody else to have these same privileges without having to come from that background. And people act like that's a losing message. Oh, he can't say that or he'll lose support. Have you considered that he's dumb? He did get a Nazi tattoo. No, I know that he's dumb, right? But I am allowed to criticize him on that stupidity, right? And BTTV did it for the 8 months, right? But he doesn't want this to get in the way of his working class background, right? He thinks that it'll make him look not working class anymore, and it'll be bad for branding, right? So he's allowed to be. He gets a dishonest pass, chat. You don't get it, right? He's allowed to lie.
In Ellsworth.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
not a billionaire.
Most certainly not. My mother, by the way, still works. She still runs her restaurant because in her 70s, she has no retirement. So she's going to work for the foreseeable future because she's got no way to retire. I mean, to me, if that's your definition of being like a wealthy rich person, then I think those people's definitions, it needs some attending.
And you have talked about your wider
again. I also do love that he said that her mother in her restaurant, right? But his dad gave him $200,000 to buy a house. I don't know why he's pretending like he's struggling. He's like, I'm not a billionaire, and like that's fine. You don't. No one's claiming you're a billionaire, right? Just you're upper middle class. Just say that, right? And this is dishonesty. He thinks he has the average working class life when his parents were business owners. I don't even think that he thinks that. I think that that's what his talking points say. You know? His entry into oyster farming was brokered by a family friend who passed on his hobby farm. His mother is one of his primary customers. His stepdad funds the family business. His entry into politics was brokered by out-of-state operatives who provided consultants, campaign staff, initial funds. His granddad designed for some windows at the World Trade Center. Just a regular working class dude. Yeah, it's just like, it's so strange. I think he kind of became a performative working class guy with educated parents. And that's just like not. My family owns 26 Domino's pizzas. I'm working class, by the way. Right? Just say you're upper middle class, right? Upper middle class, right? We're small business owners. Our family helps us out when we need it. But there's a level of freedom, right? There's a level of freedom that you are awarded by being in that position. And I want that freedom for people who aren't even in that position. It's very simple and very good messaging. Nobody's expecting you to be literally them. Nobody's expecting you to be like a homeless paraplegic who's got kicked out at the age of 15 years old. And like, nobody's expecting this of you. You're not expected to hit every single marginalization, right? You are expected to relate to people with your own experience, not lie to them. It's definitely incorrect to not just say why you're privileged. I just don't know why nobody has told him this. They think it makes him look better by just claiming to be working class. Right? To like the main voters. Oh, I'm just like you guys, right? I'm one of you. Right? But if he's willing to like lie about his history and his past in this myriad of ways, right? And be dishonest in that regard, there's no saying that he won't be dishonest while in office either, you know? And this is before even getting into like why he's like honestly disqualified for this office because of his past and history that he's not apologetic for in the first place.
Definition of what the working class of the United States is.
That's very simple. If the bulk of the money that you get to live comes from wages, comes from working, and you are not just sitting on an immense amount of hoarded wealth, which generates income for you, then you work for a living. And if you sit on a bunch of hoarded wealth that generates revenue for you, you don't, because you literally don't. So for me, it's fairly simple.
I mean, that's what he's doing. It's about your relation to your labor, right? And so I'm sure he does have labor and he does work for an amount of his money, right? But like, he owns the business. He pays himself. He's the capital owner. He's the capital owner. Like, it's not like somebody is paying him a wage. He pays his own wage. He's the owner of the business. As an owner, the biggest part of his income is not his labor. Exactly. He's perceived bourgeois by definition. Yes. Like he's probably the best example of this.
Simple. And in an age of immense wealth inequality, that's the definition that we need. Because they're going to try to pit us all against each other. They're going to try to pit poor people against the people who are sitting on immense amounts of hoarded wealth.
I'm one of you guys. I'm one of you guys. Yeah, fist bump, fist bump, fist bump. It's so dishonest. I don't trust somebody who can't recognize their own privilege. I don't. I do not trust somebody that doesn't recognize their own privilege. It's like, it's insane. Just say that, yes, I come from privilege, right? I own a business, right? I have a level of freedom that allows for me. And I want that same freedom for everyone else. Yeah, it feels disingenuous to say we only make $60,000 a year. That's probably like the salary he pays himself, probably makes more from his business. Yeah. It's just like, it's dishonest. It's dishonest and slimy.
Generates revenue for them. Billionaires, CEOs of corporations, hedge fund managers, private equity. That's who, because they don't want us recognizing that if we band together and build political power, we have it within our power to pull all that stolen money back. We have it in our power to have a tax code that doesn't, for right now, as we have right now, we tax wages at a higher rate than we tax wealth. That's a math equation you can run to the end and see who wins out. None of this is actually all that complicated. Those people and the establishment politicians that they have paid off for decades to represent their interests,
they don't all the help they got from his family. I don't get running from it. Yes, they think that it makes them look bad if he actually comes from privilege, which he does, right? And so they are acting like it doesn't exist, without reason, as dishonest from anybody who's like heard anything about his background, right? I don't think it would, right? Because again, I've been a firm believer of people care about like the policy and progressive policy. It doesn't matter if he apologizes for his service. It doesn't matter if he acknowledges his privilege. It doesn't matter if he says that like we should defund the military or whatever. As long as he has the same policies that people like right now, they're going to still vote for him and like him. This idea that like he can't say these things because it would make him more unpopular is wrong. Right? Because if that's true, right? If that's true, then like what's the lesson? If we're Alabama, do we just run like a petit bourgeois business owner who has a small Alabama business? That's the answer. We just keep running small business owners everywhere, or is it that the policy matters and it can actually work with actual working class people to speak on these policies as well?
Want us recognizing that down here in the real world, we all have everything in common. When hospitals close, that impacts Republican or Democrat alike. If young people are fleeing your community because there is no housing to buy and there's no future and no work, it doesn't matter if you identify as a progressive or a conservative. Your community is dying. And it's dying because people have made policy decisions to create this outcome. It's important for people to know the world that we live in right now, it isn't natural. None of this is organic. We live in the outcome of policy. Policies that have been implemented really for the last 40 years by establishment politicians at the behest of those who donated the most money to them. And the fascinating thing is everybody...
popular because Maine is, as far as I hear from my American friends. I mean, I think that's slightly part of it, but like it's because of the policies. Literally, it could have been anybody else, right? I don't think that he's as popular as he is just because he's white and that Maine is white. Right? I think leftists are writing for him because of that reason. But like, it's about policy and it's about message, right? It doesn't have to be the four, tour, one Blackwater stint, Nazi tattoo having guy to message it. That's not what's doing it here, right? It's about the policies and the messaging. You read it, really broadly progressive campaign is not that unique or interesting. Yeah.
Everybody knows that. Say that to the average American and they're going to nod at you because they know that their political system is bought off by people with money. And those of us who are not benefiting from that system, those of us who are not seeing our lives get easier, who are not seeing our wealth increasing, who are seeing our community suffer.
That's Hasan is Muslim. No, it's because he'll be challenged. He doesn't go on places where he'll be challenged. He has campaign staff behind him. Like, he's just afraid. I don't think he's afraid. I think his staff is afraid. I think his staff is telling him, like, go on this, don't go on this one. Go on this one, don't go on this one. Answer these questions, don't answer these questions. Kind of thing. He was going to go on before Hasan canceled first, no? No, I don't think that. He was going to go on a stream that had Hasan on it. It was a Progressive Victory stream. He canceled for something.
That's the working class. Those are all the people who are being taken advantage of in a system that is not representing their interests. And for the people who are benefiting immensely, they're the ones who we are arrayed against. They're the ones who are going to use politics to protect their interests. They're the ones that need us being all mad at each other down here, yelling at each other about being a Republican or a Democrat or left or right, because they don't want us recognizing that there's only one direction we need to be pointing fingers, and that is up. It's not left and right.
So you've been clear. You want to raise taxes.
Hey, that's what Andrew Yang said. Hasan said was supposed to meet up with him after Charlie Kirk. We are sorry.
On the uber wealthy in this country. Jeff Bezos, fourth wealthiest man in the world, says that's not going to work. It's not going to close the income inequality gap. What you should do is zero out taxes for the bottom half of American earners. What's your reaction to that?
That's stupid.
suggestion.
I love the idea. He's like, yeah, we should zero out taxes for the bottom and not raise my taxes. Like, Jeff, if we're going to zero it out, I like that idea. I love the idea of raising taxes immensely on billionaires and their wealth. It's also important.
But do you like the idea of the zero? Sorry, I'm confused about which part you like.
I like the idea of if we can make a society in which people don't have to pay in taxes that are going to make them poorer at the level in which that kind of, like, for instance, there's a proposal which I think is a really good one, which is that we should never tax someone into poverty. That if you're hovering right at the poverty line, that if you have to pay taxes and that puts you below the poverty line, we shouldn't do that. I agree. I think that's a very, very good and fair idea. We should also still raise taxes on billionaires and corporations. That's how we're going to pull the money back. It's important to remember, Bezos wants us to think that he's like, well, if you just raise my individual taxes, that money right there is going to pay for all the things you want. Sure, Jeff, that's right. That's why we're not raising it just on you. We're raising it on all 930 billionaires in the United States. It's why we're also not just going after your income, but I think we're going to go after the wealth as well. The wealth that they sit on, the wealth that they never actually bring into the real world, they never pay capital gains on, but they borrow against it happily, so they have liquidity to go through their lives. Of course, Jeff Bezos is going to tell us that if we raise the taxes, things won't get better. He doesn't want us to raise the taxes. He's a greedy person. I mean, that makes perfect sense to me that he would say that. He's just entirely wrong and self-serving.
I've met voters who are really excited about you, and I've met voters who are cautious because they've been burned before, right? They say, he says this thing, sounds good.
It's just noise at the speed. No, I can understand it.
But how can I trust that he'll get to DC? Because outsiders have gone before.
He's saying that, like, no, Jeff Bezos, we're not just going to raise taxes on you. We're going to raise taxes on other 900 and something billion, 900 something billionaires that exist in this country.
And actually do something different rather than let DC change him.
Fortunately, that's why we're so focused on movement building. It's why I'm so focused on building these like coalitions with labor and community groups. Because as we build power that way, from the ground up, as we build a powerful broad-based coalition, that is going to be able to keep pressure, not just on other representatives, but also on myself. In some way, we're building a fail-safe here. We are trying to, I don't even like frankly believe in the concept of like elected leaders. I believe in elected representatives. That is your job, is to represent people. It's not to lead them. It's to represent their interests and to listen to them and be accessible to them. And I think the best way to do that is right now, between now and November, we build a broad-based coalition in the state of Maine where after I win, it cannot go away. It needs to remain because winning the Senate seat back from City Collins is just the beginning. I mean, the fights we have to come, getting money out of politics, term limits, making sure that we don't have politicians who enrich themselves in office, pulling back war powers from the executive back into the hands of Congress, which is constitutionally where it's supposed to be, changing our tax code, things like the universal healthcare system, universal child care, using the resources of our society to uplift all of us instead of just enriching a few. That is going to be a long slog. And the power we're going to need to do it, it's not going to come from one politician. It's not going to come from one senator or one congressperson. It's going to require the involvement of tens of thousands of mayors, millions of Americans. That's what we're building. And we're not trying to control it. We're trying to build it.
I mean, he's right about this. I hope the Grand Platinum stand are listening to this part because, you know, it's literally the chatters earlier today was talking about like how like, you know, electing Grand Platinum will save the. Right about what? Oh, you didn't hear what he said? Basically, he said a power does not come from electing one politician. And I'm like, that's true. It doesn't. People act like electing Grand Platinums will save the country. Oh, he's so leftist.
Because that's what we need down the road.
Before you do any of that, as you mentioned, you'll have to beat Senator Susan Collins.
Yes.
Incumbent, voters chosen her 5 times. She served for nearly 30 years.
That's right. She's been there for 30 years.
But she keeps getting chosen. So what makes this moment different? What makes you think you can beat her?
Well, because we're just not playing their game. It's important to remember that up until now, the campaigns of General Reagan and Susan Collins have been directed from Washington, D.C. They've been involved in the National Party in many ways. That's where they choose candidates. Means everybody probably knows I was not the chosen candidate of the party in Washington, D.C.
And still many skeptics within the party about you right now.
They don't like me at all. They don't like me, like me because I'm trying to build a completely different kind of party than they want. I mean, they want to continue being powerful personally. They want to continue to keep this political industrial complex going where everybody gets to make all of this money. It's utterly disgusting and insane. So of course they don't want to see this kind of politics. But we don't care. We just beat it that way. And we're going to beat them again. And we're going to keep beating them until we get this country back for working folks. The way that, but that kind of politics, that's what's been waging against Susan Collins. And I just don't think you can play the same playbook that she's going to use. I don't think you can use the same political kind of structures that they're going to use. So all you do is you raise tons and tons of money, generally from corporations, super PACs, from lots and lots of wealthy people. You raise all the money and you blow it all in a bunch of TV ads in which you don't talk about policy, you don't talk about the future. All you do is attack each other. You just
he's talking about Susan Collins. It's not. Is he even saying words? Yeah, he's talking about Susan Collins.
You go after people's like personal lives.
He's saying the DC is built on like people being able to make a bunch of money. That he doesn't like that. And he says that we need to change that. And that the reason why Susan Collins has been there for 30 years is because this, you know, comments of like establishment policy. He's not wrong. So I don't slightly or put on closed captions? No. Mostly because like none of this is important.
They don't want to talk about the fact that Susan Collins has been there for 30 years. And in those 30 years, everything got harder down here. 30 years. She started appropriation. She likes to tell us all that she has this immense amount of power. She brings all this money into the state of Maine. Why then is housing becoming entirely unaffordable for younger folks in the state? Why are we seeing the actual collapse of our rural healthcare system right now? She has been in charge for 30 years, and she has overseen a system that has brought us to the brink of collapse.
You talk about the culture of attacking in right now. I mean, those who are criticizing you are going after your history, right? Online. Read a post that haven't deleted.
Okay, this is about his history.
Say racist things, did sort of blame the victim for sexual assault, and then you yourself revealed a tattoo on. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was just saying, we have talked about the Reddit post since October.
Right.
Everybody in Maine knows about it.
And they've also come up at pretty much all your town halls, right?
Oh, yeah, I talk about it, and I talk about it very publicly.
I'm curious why, you know, frankly, when those posts first came to light, a lot of people were like, his political aspirations are dead. This campaign is over.
Well, what they didn't understand is I don't really have political aspirations. I mean, I didn't get into this because I want to be a politician. I got into this.
Yeah, that's also stupid. Yes, you did. Like, just say that you did. You know what I mean? Like, and this was what's weird about this guy, right? Is that like it feels dishonest because he could just say like, yeah, I want to be a politician to change things. He's like, no, I don't want to be a politician. I just want to do politics. It's different, I promise.
This because I believe in building a different kind of politics for working folks.
So I guess what my question is why you think voters chose to either forgive you for those posts or look the other way.
Well, I think it's mostly forgiveness. I mean, because when I explained it, I just pointed out that, look, I've not always been who I am today. I mean, I was a young man who spent the bulk of my 20s.
I disagree with him on this. You know, Shocker. I think they just don't care. I don't think they forgave him. I think they're just like, I don't care. Right? Which is why it's stupid to hold this position and say that he can't apologize for his service. The voters don't care. They don't care. If Grant Blatter is regretful of his service, he can do that. The voters have looked past literally everything so far. They looked past the Nazi tattoo. They looked past very blatant racist, messages, homophobic messages, misogynistic messages. Like they've stood with him through thick and thin. It does not matter what he says. There's no reason for him not to say the things that I think are immoral to say, except that he doesn't believe them. Right? He's not apologizing for joining Blackwater because he doesn't think there's anything to apologize for. Not because the voters will hate him and he will lose the election or whatever. That's not true. The voters who've stuck with him so far are not going to be like, wow, I stuck past the Nazi tattoo, but I can't believe you're saying that you shouldn't have joined Blackwater. Wow. Now I'm going to vote for Susan Collins instead. That's not going to happen. And I think that's cope. I think it's cope. I think people are coping when they say that. Just apologize for saying subject and write it. Exactly.
Is in intense combat zones. I grew up in the infantry, and that was my lived experience. I left that world with many of the kind of cultural, I would say, elements that come out of it. I mean, the infantry is a place of hyper-masculinity. It's a place of intense violence. Mm-hmm. Things that are seen as virtues there are generally not seen as virtues in the normal world. And then I had to struggle with how do I come out of that and integrate back into society. And I talked about that journey. I talked about it very, very honestly. And I think a lot of people recognize that the ability to transform, the ability to change is kind of just a normal human trait. I mean,
I disagree. I just don't think they care. I don't think they saw that and were like, wow, I had a problem with this, but now he apologized for it. I don't think they care. I genuinely don't think they care. Right? Which is good for his campaign. Right? But I don't base what I care about on what like the average Maine voter cares about. You know what I mean? Ow.
I don't think there are a lot of Americans that want the world to think that everything they ever said when they were 25 is who they are forever. And I don't think anybody believes that's how people work. Mm-hmm. So that's why. I mean, I think as I went around the state.
Keep in mind, the Reddit posts were up until 2021. That was like 5 years ago. He's not 30, chat. Just putting that out there.
In Maine, and I talked about it publicly. I talked about it with everybody who would listen. And I would answer every question that came up with it. And ironically, we don't really talk about it much here in Maine anymore. The only time it ever comes up is when journalists come in from the outside or when I leave Maine. Then people want to talk about it.
But it also still comes up with your own party. I mean, just a few days ago, Congressman Jake Auchincloss said the tattoo that was once on your chest that you've now covered up that resembles a Nazi SS symbol should be disqualifying. And he wants Maine voters to agree with.
Bro, it's a Nazi symbol. It does not resemble. It's the same symbol, bro. Even here, he's being like, this is still like a positive interview for him because like, nobody ever like actually questions him in a way that's meaningful. It does not resemble a Nazi symbol. It is a Nazi symbol, bro. I don't know what we're talking about here.
With him, meaning not choose you.
Right. So I guess he wants to choose Susan Collins. Interesting choice for a Democrat. One, Jake Auchincloss lives in Massachusetts. So I'm not actually all that worried about what he thinks. Mm-hmm. Also, what's disqualifying for the record is the fact that Susan Collins has not represented the people of Maine. Mm-hmm. The fact that we are seeing our healthcare system collapse in the state, that's disqualifying. Look, what other people think about me, not in the state of Maine, what establishment Democrats think about me, that's their business. It's very clear that here in the state of Maine, the voters really do understand that I am who I claim to be. I'm a very real person.
I don't know what this is. I don't know how to read a financial disclosure. But why is there's so much there's so much variety in the values of his companies. His Frenchman Bay Oyster Company is worth either $50,000 to $100,000. Like that's a kind of a big jump. And then you have a business loan. That's $15,000 to $50,000, which is like, again, big jump. Relatively in the harvest market, maybe. I don't know. Good at reading these, but it seems like the assets are pretty low. Most of your friends on credit. It's still kind of not that much, to be honest. Again, I don't know. Is Ironbound Restaurant his parents? I think you're partially wrong on the voters forgiving him thing. Look at the clip from one of his town halls. I mean, to be fair, this is from October of last year. So like I don't think this is very indicative of the voters forgiving him now. Because it's from October of last year. He started his campaign in August of last year. So it's pretty early on. Yes. Because there's a line in here that says like compensation only required if you're a candidate and this is your first report. Did any person or entity pay you more than $5,000 to you? Or for services provided by you? Yes, and it's put that in there. Or your oyster purveyor to restaurant, and then it says comments NA. So I don't know how much that was. Might have low risk when compared to other independent businesses. I mean, if he's selling to his parents, like, you know what I mean? For the restaurant that they own, who knows, you know?
And warts and all. And I've talked about it, and I will continue to talk about it. And they seem to, yeah, if people in the Democratic Party in other states don't like me, that's not really
providing his parents with all their oysters.
My problem.
The one thing that I heard from regular people who were trying to figure out whether they believed you, specifically about this tattoo, because you said I didn't know what it was. Like I put a skull and bones on my chest in 2007.
I mean, we saw this part already.
Oyster farmer, you got sleeve tattoos.
Never once came up.
There's a certain public persona you have, right? Like you're an oyster farmer. You got sleeve tattoos. You're not the prototype. The DC prototype, right? And you represent masculinity in certain ways. The Democrats have trouble connecting with male voters. Describe the masculinity that you represent.
I think it's just a.
Wait, this is like, okay, this is exactly what I said last time, and chatters yelled at me for saying this.
But for 17 years of my life, including getting screened for
got sleeve tattoos. You're not the prototype, the DC prototype, right? And you represent masculinity in certain ways. The Democrats have trouble connecting with male voters. Describe the masculinity that you represent.
I think it's just a healthy form of it, which is, yeah, look, I mean, I lift weights. I shoot guns. My background is
obviously news. Chatter, I'm gonna be real. That's an L for you.
Obviously in the military. I work outside. Most of my hobbies are things that people tend to associate with like manly stuff, I guess. At the exact same time I go to therapy. I have a very open sort of dialogue.
And if you're wondering like why people are writing for Grand Platter, it's this conversation, by the way.
Emotional relationship with
a lot of people didn't know. Yeah. And I either don't believe them or they're stupid.
My wife. I work incredibly hard to put myself in places where I share space with folks who have very different outlooks or backgrounds as me, and then open up to the idea that their lived experience is exactly as valid as mine. And that kind of thing throughout my life has really been the most educational thing that's ever happened to me. Even on this campaign, I mean, I have interacted with more people in the past 9 months than I think I might have interacted with my entire life beforehand.
Including
that is educational. When you are willing to be open and accepting, when you're willing to not just immediately get defensive about things and understand that like you may have preconceived notions, you may have ways of speaking, you may have ideas that when you interact with other folks, they inform you that either you're wrong or maybe what you're saying is hurtful and harmful. And then instead of getting angry about it, you understand it and you
the one architect that has lawyers, mom's corners of the restaurant. Yeah, we covered that already.
You engage. That I think is incredibly manly. the idea to be open, the idea to be vulnerable. We have this concept of masculinity in which, like, especially right now with all this kind of manosphere nonsense, this idea that like you're supposed to use your strengths to kind of to like use power over other people or to offend people, be mean to people, that somehow that's manly. That's not, that's the act of a coward. And I think it's important. It's important. I mean, it's, I don't know how to talk about this because it's going to sound like I'm saying I do this on purpose, but I don't. But like, it is important to like have people who can show that you can be a tattooed, deep voice combat veteran who makes a living on the sea and also go to therapy and think that it is a virtue to show up for your neighbors and care about other people.
That is why people like him. I mean, he's saying it, chat. He's literally saying what I've been saying for weeks, right? Or months at this point. That's why, if you're wondering why the liberals, no, this is leftist. If you're wondering why white leftists love Graham Plattner, it's for this. It's to address the crisis in masculinity. It's the Joe Rogan of the left discourse. They want to use him as it's basically identity politics. It's white identity politics, right? They want to use him as a referendum on like white maleness and be like, hey, this guy is what you can be. You see, he's like working class. He's a rough and tumble white guy, right? You know, he's showing you a different path. You can do more of this stuff. That's why it is. And so if you're wondering why they need to defend everything that he's done, it's because, not because they personally defend that, but because he serves that role. They need him for that. Everything else he does literally doesn't matter so long as he fits that archetype, right? They can show this to other white men and be like, isn't this guy kind of cool? He's a little socialist-like. Maybe you can be socialist-like too. It's centering the white male experience. I've said this for years, right? I said it in my video on the white leftist rant. Politics, right? Since the beginning of the American, project, but especially since 2024, has been centered around how do we address white men? How do we cater to white men? How do we stop alt-right radicalization? I made a video on this 2 years ago, right? Talking about that extensively, right? It's one of my first videos that I ever made. How the left should deal with alt-right radicalization. And even back then, we were talking about like, well, white men are so meanie bobini. They're all right wing. How do we fix this? Right? And since then, we've catered the entire political project around how do we fix that issue? That's it. Right? Like, this is what Vosh was saying 3 years ago.
Satisfied white men.
In a follow-up tweet, Vosh has this to say: leftists and progressives have absolutely no idea how unnecessarily repellent they come off to so many people and get angry at the idea of being a more effective social movement because they don't want to share their spaces with people who might have gone another way. Now, while I agree that the left is less approachable than the right, I disagree with Vosh's characterization. The right is more approachable because they hold the normative position. The left, by the nature of our existence, is going to be less popular. People don't like change and we seek to upend the status quo. Well, how do we attract them? You may be asking. Well, firstly, we will never attract support as easily as the right by doing what the right does. See above paragraph. And in an attempt to do so, many leftists will antagonize the marginalized communities that they claim to care about to attract the 12-year-old white edgy demographic. You will weaponize misogyny, weaponize transphobia, weaponize racism to get whatever dunker own you wanted at the time. Yeah, like, I understand you're frustrated by Mike's chat and his coverage of the FD video. If it gets really bad, we'll look at it. Okay, that's what I'll say. If it's really bad, we'll look at it and we'll address it. We're talking about something that I think it's been bad. We're going to the Cheesecake Factory. Well, let's engage with my topic of discussion, right? Because this is the same conversation, but this is why, right? What you're seeing happening is happening, right? The reason why it is because Graham Plattner is useful to the leftist movement. He is. He's useful to the leftist movement. He's serves as a way to speak to young white men. Right? That's what it is. That's what it is. When you break down this down to bare bones, white men want to be coddled and told that they're always right and they can do nothing wrong. This is political nonsense that will make the other marginalized coalitions away. You still won't get these white men who go for why they would go for Diet Coke when they want the real thing. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. We will never win support that the right has by doing what the right does. You won't. You can't do aesthetics-focused politics towards white men thinking that they will change. This is no different than Kamala Harris addressing Republicans and campaigning with Liz Cheney, trying to win over Republicans and independents. This is no different than that. It's just that with a white lens that white people don't have a problem with because they're white. This aesthetics-focused politics of like, oh, if we just do what white people do, right? Or no, what Republicans do, and just fight this tug of war over white men, then this problem will be solved. Right? It's not. You don't need these aesthetics. You're not going to Joe Rogan of the left, like your way out of these issues. I agree, but I think Plattner is likely going to win, and then it will have to be arguing that with liberals about why his vibes were better and why we should promote racist socialism locked in to win. I mean, he's going to win, but like that's not going to meaningfully or radically change the course of the country, right? And he's also not going to win because of like his whiteness. You feel me? In my opinion, if he's going to win primarily due to his whiteness, why would we run anybody else? You know? Why? If it's not the policies, right, that is the reason for his win, but like it's whiteness because Maine is so white, right? Why do we run anybody else, right? We live in a white country. Majority white people live in this country. It's 68% white. So we have to run white people. It's literally the same thing people are saying after Kamala Harris lost, right? I don't subscribe to politics like that. I don't think Graham Plattner is winning because he's white. I think he's winning because, one, the establishment is so unpopular that anybody could have won in that seat. And two, because he has like progressive policies, right? I think it's the policies. I think policies are what people like. Right? And I think this hyperfixation on like Graham Plattner needs to be the guy because he can speak to white people, right? Because of his like masculine energy. I think it's silly. Right? And people won't say that, but that's why they like Graham Plattner. Right? It could have been somebody else. I was saying a year ago that it should have been somebody else. They should have seen former Blackwater mercenary with a Nazi tattoo, Graham Plattner, in October and been like, we need somebody else instead. The reason why they kept him is because they think that he can speak to white men. And that's kind of what Graham Plattner is being asked about here. You know what I mean? And I think that is a problem. Bernie did think that, right? To a lesser extent. I don't think it was this bad when Bernie ran originally. You know, that's why he endorsed him early. Yeah, and Bernie Sanders, I don't think ever endorsed Zohran Mamdani. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think up until the very end, Bernie never endorsed Zohran Mamdani. Right? you could say maybe he's endorsing Graham Plattner because he's running for Senate and Bernie Sanders is a senator or whatever. I know he didn't endorse Rab. Yeah. He did last minute. That he did late. I thought AOC did last minute. He might have also done it last. I know they both did it. I know AOC did last minute, but I can see Bernie Sanders doing it like super late. Right? But like Bernie got on the ground floor with Graham Plattner. Right? He's been writing for Graham Plattner. The Pod Johns writing for Graham Plattner. It's a double minute to get behind Zohar Mamdani. They were writing for Graham Plattner back in last year. You know? Right? Progressive Victory is another great example of this. They're not even leftists, and they're writing for Graham Plattner. Right? I'm just trying to get you to understand, right? I'm trying to get you to understand that, like, there's a difference. Right? There is a difference in the way that Graham Plattner is treated versus anybody else. Someone else run. That's why I was so confused about this whole Plattner thing. Surely someone else was running and they were just ignored. I'm pretty sure it was there was like a DSA like candidate running. That's what someone told me. I couldn't find them because when I looked up main election, all I saw was Graham Plattner. But that was like last year. The DSA recommended Plattner. I'm talking about last year. Somebody can find it for me. We'll take a look at it. But like, it's all been like just Graham Plattner through and through. They may have been likely those early endorsements knocked them out of consideration. Yeah. Do you think it takes a white guy to reach other racist, bigoted white dudes? Tell them that they're doing though. I don't think those right-wing racist types will listen to POCs if they preach to them. Not saying Plattner is the guy, but white guys reach other white guys easier. No, this is wrong. This is wrong and a racist notion. I said this last year. This idea that you need a white guy to talk to other white people is identity politics, and it's also incorrect. Black people have been speaking on their own existence for decades. Black people have spoken to the Klan about their own existence. Right? This is a consistent thing that Black people have done. Right? But this idea that white people are needed to speak to racist white people is a white-centric, white supremacist notion from leftists to justify their own importance in the movement. That's it. That's all it is. I'm not coming at you specifically. I'm just saying that notion, right, comes from that. Right? It's like, no, we're useful to the movement, guys. They can never acknowledge that, like, they're not the center point in the focus of the movement. They must center themselves. Does that make sense? And so they need to push Black people away from the front of the movement and get themselves the microphone to be like, I need to speak on this because only white people listen to me, right? I have something unique to say. I have a unique, special perspective that white people need to listen to, right? I don't necessarily disagree with you, but sometimes it feels like white people don't give a shit about anything POC say until other white people start saying it. Again, that's different than like the idea that POCs cannot address or cannot change racist people's minds, right? How do you think living in Jim Crow? How do you think white people got on board with Black liberation then? Who do you think changed those first white people's mind? Was it just that like some white people just woke up and were like, Black people are real human beings? You know what I mean? Or was it that Black people spoke to their own their lived experiences and spoke about their existence, changed some people's mind, right? And then that kept happening. And then those same white people were like, wait, do you know what? I can talk to these people actually. You guys can't do it. Even though they had their minds changed by a Black person, but they were like, only I can change other white people's minds. You know what I mean? Flash those white people in the 60s reacting to MLK's death. Yeah. That's it. Can I say only billionaires can change billionaires' minds? Kinda. Right? Kinda. And again, I'm not saying that it's not useful to have some white people, right, also on your side. Like, I'm not saying that that's not useful. But my point is that it's still identity politics, right? Because the same people who are doing this are the same people who decry identity politics, right? When you say that Black people have a unique perspective on white supremacy, and then it may be beneficial to listen to them, they will yell about identity politics, but then will simultaneously say that white people have a unique, like specific gene in them that speaks to races, and that like there's no way that Black people are able to do that. That's also identity politics. You know what I mean? It is. Does that make sense? Is identity politics that's just racism with extra steps? True, but like, there's an argument to make that identity politics is also racism with extra steps.
Oyster farmer, you got sleeve tattoos. You're not the prototype, the DC prototype, right? And you represent.
Sorry, I was actually watching this. I was watching this one actually, but I was watching this first. To appeal to that demographic, all while alienating the communities that you claim. Many leftists will antagonize the marginalized communities that they claim to as easily as the right, by maybe asking. But firstly, we will never attract support Harris, thank you for the right 2 months and for the give this up. What the right does. See above paragraph. And in an attempt to do so, many leftists will antagonize the marginalized communities that they claim to care about to attract the 12-year-old white edgy demographic. You will weaponize misogyny, weaponize transphobia, weaponize racism to get whatever dunk or ohm you wanted at the time to appeal to that demographic, all while alienating the communities that you claim to care about. So great. Now you have an entire community around you that claims to be leftist, but let a trans person speak to you the wrong way. Let a Black woman cross you and we see the truth. We see what happens when you grow a following of former alt-right teams who have failed to reflect and properly address their bigotry. And I personally don't like it. There's a reason why a lot of leftists got so defensive at this tweet. I don't know, something about shoe sizes or something like that. But to answer the question, the best way to reach these men is to meet them at the points of marginalization that they do face, their class position. Even white men have their labor exploited under this mode of production. They hate their bosses too. They are faced with poverty and they're straddled with debt just like the rest of us, and we provide a solution to that. The right gives them solutions that are shrouded in bigotry. You were fired unjustly from your job? The right will tell you that an immigrant took it instead of your boss deciding that your livelihood was overhead that they were willing to cut. Right? And this is why I could understand the appeal of somebody like a Graham Plattner, right? But it doesn't need to be the appeal based on their whiteness. And that's kind of my issue with it. Is that like people are positioning Graham Plattner as this like unique snowflake who you can never criticize because like they need him to speak to white men. When this could have, again, this can be literally anybody. Because I think it's the policies that matter, right? Graham Plattner can apologize for joining Blackwater and being a part of a expansive American empire because people don't care about that. They care about the policies. He can apologize for saying slurs. He can apologize for his past and his history because they don't care about that. They care about the policy. Right? So this idea that he can't do these things, this idea that he can't show remorse for his past behavior because somehow that'll make him lose favor and support and then thus lose an election, I think is invalid. I don't think it's true.
In fact, I think those two things go completely hand in hand. They aren't separate. But we do have this vision of masculinity in our society right now, which kind of makes one seem like if you're this way, you're supposed to be like hardened and shut off from the world and angry. And
did you used to think that?
Oh God, yeah. I mean, I spent years. I mean, that was when I kind of was in my darkest moments after my military service. I mean, I was extremely isolated. I was very alone. Mm-hmm. I did not feel connected to people. I was emotionally just fully unavailable. I mean, I didn't even, again, I felt that like, if I opened up to people, if people saw my weaknesses, they would like judge me for it. And so the best thing to do was kind of put on this sort of tough guy persona.
He hasn't even said the American military is bad because he doesn't think that. You know what I mean?
And that was the unhappiest I've ever been. I've never been more lonely. I've never been more
They won't let black people get away with what they're doing with redoing. Isn't that why leftists are preemptively against black candidates at large? I don't think they're like outwardly like against black candidates, but it's kind of like the implication. Well, first of all, I don't think they think about black people in black areas in the first place, right? They just want black people to get on board with whoever their candidates are. But if you even suggest running a black candidate in a black area, it's like, where are we doing identity politics? You know what I mean?
Fulfilled. And it was only after moving back to my hometown, quite honestly, getting very engaged in my community, and then being willing to start like opening up to people and making myself vulnerable, that resulted in a level of fulfillment and happiness that I never could have imagined. And that really got me to where I've been for the past few years, which has been living a very, very pleasant life.
We have a generation of men like you whose formative experiences were at war, in U.S. wars. Among them also Pete Hegseth, Secretary of Defense. You were both shaped by these wars.
Oh, interesting.
But you've sort of channeled that in very different...
Secretary Hegseth and I also have very different backgrounds in combat, so I'll just leave it at that.
Why do you think that you're so different in your approach to politics?
Wait, don't leave it at that. I want to know what he's talking about. Is he saying that Pete Hegseth is like a pansy or whatever? I don't understand what he means. He was in the military for like 2 seconds. They got tattoos together. Yeah, he actually killed people, and Pete Hegseth didn't. I was like, yeah, I'm a real killer. I killed more people than that guy did.
I think because, in many ways, it's just because I believe. Like, I believe in the necessity of building movement politics again in this country. I believe that the legacies of things like the women's suffrage movement, the labor movement, of the civil rights movement, that is, to me, the blueprint for what we need to be doing now. Really kind of re-engaging people in a small d democratic fashion. Not something that's controlled from above, but something that really pushes power down and allows people to organize and build that power together. That's the core of my politics. That's what this campaign is. It's not a tactic for me.
What was the question? I don't remember the question.
Like, I'm not like, oh, we'll do this and this is the best way to win electorally. This is my politics. Like, what we are doing embodies what I believe and what I think we have to be. The policies I put out, I'm not putting them out because we focus group tested them. People aren't idiots. People know what's going on. When Americans look around and see everything getting harder, and then they also see Elon Musk on his way to being the first trillionaire, when people see collapsing housing markets, but also recognize that private equity is allowed to buy up single-family homes in this country, people see it. They understand it. They grasp that their healthcare is a mess because it is structured right now to prioritize profit over providing healthcare. And we've just come along with a campaign that essentially just says that, just says it all right out loud, and is also based in the fact that these are my politics. I'm running on my politics. I'm not looking for a politics to get me elected.
Has your
that sounds all well and good. I don't think that's true. Like, that's fine for it not being true, but like, he was approached by a team of people who were basically like, we're gonna make you a star. He was like, yes, please. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of what happened. Am I wrong on that? Like, this could still be his politics, but like, I don't like this idea that like he's like completely removed from the political process. Like, he did this by the book. Like, somebody, that's how it feels. That's not even how it feels. That's what happened. I'm not even like, this is how he described it. He was sitting back with his wife. He just left Blackwater a few years ago. He wasn't really doing much. He was oyster farming. Somebody came up to him and was like, hey, we think you're going to be a good candidate, by the way. How do you feel about running for Senate? And he was like, sure. And then they gave him up all the staffers, and they built the campaign for him, right? And that's fine, but like, that's kind of what happened. Okay, I guess that. Yeah, he talked about it on his last interview. We looked at it. So yeah, I still think he could technically be genuine in what he believed, but like, I don't know why he's acting like he's not like he's an actual outsider. Like, technically speaking, like he wasn't in politics before, but like he was like scouted like as talent.
Party, now that you're the presumptive nominee, change towards you? No, because the control of Congress in part runs through this state, through your race.
Any road to a blue Senate pretty much goes through the state of Maine. There are very few paths available if we don't beat Susan Collins. I would say that there is a slight shifting at the moment. It hasn't been substantial. After the governor dropped out, I received phone calls from Chuck Schumer.
Who pushed her to run against
Pushed
you.
to run, and he congratulated me on a well-run race. We talked about how beating Susan Collins is the priority, and agreed that that's what we have to be focused on. Certainly, I've gotten more reach out from individual senators.
He's fighting against central Dems, even with his politics. He's not welcome in the Democratic Party. You're wrong about that. That's incorrect. He's 100% welcome in the Democratic Party. More than like, the rest of the like progressive base. Like him receiving a phone call from Chuck Schumer and people moving to support him, right? Is more than like other members of the Tim Walz campaigning with him, right? Elizabeth Warren. Like, he's not the outsider that I think you're pretending that he is. He's not getting like full support, obviously, right? But like he is being propped up as like the DNC, like they do want him to win. The Democrats want him to win. That's more than you can say about Zoran Mamdani. Do you think Chuck called Zoran? I mean, like Andrew Cuomo, after losing the primary, ran as an independent with like the Democrats' blessing, basically. You know what I mean? Like, do we remember what happened in that race? That's why it's slightly different. Right, he's more acceptable to the Democratic establishment. Do they really have DNC actively pushing for PLATNER? It depends on what you mean by pushing for. They are campaigning with him. They do want him to win. You know what I mean? They do. They wanted to win. Like this is true. Right, there are some use cases of individual like Democrats who are like anti-Graham Plattner, but by and large, the infrastructure has not like moved to like support Susan Collins over him. Or they also did not move to like make Janet Mills run as an independent, right? They're coalescing behind him by and large. They are. Because like more they actually trying to ignore Plattner. That may be more of a case, right? But they're not trying to like tuck his race like they did for Zoran Mamdani, right? It is different.
There's Democratic senators who had not heard from before. Here in the state,
obviously for Democrats, it would have been better for the establishment if Janet Mills did win, right? They're not like they don't love Graham Plattner or whatever, but like. The idea that like he's like still like an outsider in the race who's like fighting a war on all fronts or whatever, I think it's silly.
Of Maine, the state party, I mean, we have a good relationship with. We're all excited to go, do this together. But at the national level, I mean, there's still, and like my criticisms of the party don't change just because we won. In fact, in many ways, it just shows that our criticisms were correct.
As in new leadership.
New leadership, but also like a new way of doing politics. I mean, in many ways, we did just beat the Democratic establishment. And we did it with a candidate that nobody had ever heard of before August of last year.
DNC is playing both sides by supporting Plattner and supporting all the center think tanks to be like, he's a Nazi, guys. Is this recent? Yeah, it came out yesterday.
And that, I think, is a data point that their version of politics really doesn't meet the moment at all. And that what we're doing, which is totally different and focused far more on people and engaging people, not trying to dictate to them. This is the politics of the future.
I want to talk about the war in Iran. I mean, you talk a lot about the way that serving.
The DNC just gives up whenever a dam loses. They move and consume and de-radicalize the next guy. Yes, but also sometimes they do try to cut the campaign. Clip of some DNC consultants saying they prefer Susan Collins. I mean, yeah, you're obviously going to find individual clips of like people saying this. You have to look at the broader strokes of the party, right? You know, the broader strokes of the party, by and large, are either ignoring Graham Plattner, right, or they are coalescing behind him. That's what's happening. You know,
broke you. You've been anti-war even before you signed up, which is curious. Why did you sign up?
I'm not saying this as like a diss on Graham Plattner. This is not like he's bought by the DNC or whatever, right? It's just that's just what's happening, right? The DNC finds Plattner a bit more palpable to be like engaged with than like other members of like the progressive base, right? Like I am very curious about how they're going to react with Abdullah Saeed. You know, how they're going to go into that. I mean, it's because it's a Senate race and not a mayoral race. I mean, I will see how the difference in he engages with Abdul, right? It's also a Senate race, or yeah. So that may be part of it, right? And they're just like, we really need Maine, please, Graham. Right, but we'll see. We'll see.
But
because I want to serve my country.
Yeah,
I mean,
which is different than even before you signed up, which is that serving broke you. I mean, you talk a lot about the way that serving broke you. You've been anti-war even before you signed up, which is curious. Why did you sign up? But
because I want to serve my country.
Yeah, I mean, which is different.
But what? That doesn't make sense. He's like, you're anti-war before you sign up, so why'd you sign up? I wanted to serve my country. In a war. In a war. In a war. That doesn't make sense.
Different than before you signed up, which is curious. Why did you sign up? But
because I want to serve my country.
Yeah, I mean, which is different than
I've always found it strange that people can't comprehend that you can criticize the behavior of your government while also still loving your country.
But isn't there?
That you went to join the war. You were criticizing. You were not criticizing the behavior of the government. You were criticizing the illegal war that was being conducted, and then you went and joined it. That makes no sense. That literally makes no sense. Also, I'm sorry, chatter. I cannot vote for Susan Collins. I don't live in Maine. I also can't vote for Graham Plattner because I also don't live in Maine. It literally makes no sense. Literally makes no sense. It makes no sense.
Sign up, but
because I want to serve my country.
Yeah, I mean, which is different than
I've always found it strange that people can't comprehend that you can criticize the behavior of your government while also still loving your country.
But isn't there a difference to, like, you're going
your country and joining the war?
Right. But going into the military means that in moments politicians make decisions, whether you agree with them or not, you will have to pick up a gun. You will have to.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe die.
Right.
Maybe kill.
Yeah.
So I guess that's for people who don't necessarily channel it that way. That's why they might not understand.
Well, I mean, there are very few people that join the Marine Corps infantry, but there is a subset of young Americans who do see their best path to service as through something like the Marine Corps infantry. And I was one of those young Americans.
That doesn't make sense. And you realize he's never said that that was a bad decision. At no point has Graham Plattner ever said that was a bad decision or he shouldn't have done that. It doesn't make sense.
You've been very opposed to the Iran war.
Yes.
What would you be doing right now if you were in Senate?
I don't think we should just leave. I don't think we should just skip past that.
Join the Marine Corps infantry.
politicians make decisions, whether you agree with them or not. You will have to pick up a gun. You will have to maybe die, maybe kill.
Yeah.
So I guess that's for people who don't necessarily channel it that way. That's why they might not understand.
Well, I mean, there are very few people that join the Marine Corps infantry, but there is a subset of young Americans who do see their best path to service as through something like the Marine Corps infantry. And I was one of those young Americans.
Yeah, and that was stupid. That mentions interesting observation I noticed when I was there, and people with this mindset and this level of compartmentalization for people to feel like they're not hypocrites for disliking the state's actions while actively serving the state in such a way. Yeah, but like, you don't get to just do that and then leave and be like, okay, I didn't do anything wrong. You know what I mean? Like, you can't do that. You can't do that. You literally cannot do that. If you acknowledge that it was an illegal war that killed like over 1 million people, like, and that it was bad and wrong, you can't look back and be like, well, I did it to serve my country. That's a defense. You're defending your actions, and the actions that you state are bad. I don't get it. And there's no light behind his eyes. There's no like, there's no regret there, chat. This isn't regret. He's not like regretful that he joined the military. He's not regretful that he was a part of the military. Right? There's also no quarter for him going back and joining Blackwater. It's literally that Patrick meme. Is like, you knew the war was bad. Yep. And you're anti-war, right? Yep. And so you understand that joining a war that you know is bad and is anti-war is probably a bad thing to do. That makes sense to me. So say you shouldn't have done it. I'm proud of my service. Like, it's literally that. It's literally that. It's literally the meme. It's literally the meme. It literally is the meme. I guess there's a lot to criticize PLATNER, but I do believe that he will help be a help for the left when he's in Senate, but it's up to him to prove himself. I think people have put too much stock in, like, you know, how much getting one senator elected is going to actually do for the country. But that's just my personal thoughts.
You've been very opposed to the Iran war.
Yes.
What would you be doing right now if you were in the Senate? Because a lot of your party has expressed at least.
Oh, don't worry. He's going to be opposed to it, and he's going to join the Iran war. Don't worry. That's what he'll do. He'll be like, yeah, I hate this thing. Anyway, give me my M4, please. Where do I go? Who am I shooting? Yep, I know this is bad. Going back to my second tour now. Oh, just got back, and I know it's still bad. Time to go back for number 3. Like, I compared this to the Colorado Mills. Yes, I believe he'd be far better. I don't do lesser evil politics. I think it's dumb and stupid. Right? If I believed in that, I would have supported Kamala Harris in 2024 election. But I didn't, because I don't. I support people who actually are, I believe are, you know, not terrible or horrible people. And then Tats and Lightning Bolts after, true.
Concern or opposition. But if you were in the Senate right now, what would you be doing as an opponent to this war?
Blocking every bit of funding possible. We shouldn't send a single dollar for any of this nonsense. I would absolutely be and it's hard to say
some
this
of your party's
because
trying to do
people
that.
often, they're like, if you were in the Senate, well, I mean, if I was in the Senate, then we might have a Democratic majority, which means it totally, I mean, it's
actually do things.
I'll be honest, it's a hypothetical that is kind of hard to actually play out. But But I would be a very vocal voice, like Chris Van Hollen has been against the war. I would absolutely be working with all the other Democratic senators who are trying to stop this thing, and working with some of hopefully the Republican senators like Rand Paul, who are also opposed to this kind of this military adventurism.
You know, as somebody who sees serving the country as joining the U.S. military, what do you think the U.S. military's role in the world should be? I mean, we hear from Secretary.
Ooh, this is a good question. This is a very good question, actually.
Hegseth, a particular view, right, of warriors who pursue, quote, maximum lethality. What do you see the U.S. military's role in the future to be? What should it be?
Defending the United States in the interests of the American people.
Okay, what does that mean? Like, defending from who? This is not meaningfully different than what George Bush said. You know what I mean? like defending from who? Like,
and right now, I do not see how the war in Iran is doing either of those things.
Sure, that doesn't really answer the question.
At all. Now, it's making some people very rich, which tends to be what war does in our society. It's one of the reasons why, while I'm not a pacifist, I've absolutely become essentially anti-war. Because far before Donald Trump, I mean, I fought in 2 wars that, when I look back on them, didn't really seem to have much point. They came, they went, there was an immense amount of suffering, there was an immense amount of violence, there was an immense amount of sacrifice, and we contributed to the destruction of nations and the immiseration of whole populations. Some people got very rich off of that, and some people were able to use it.
Didn't he say he was already anti-war? Why is he now becoming anti-war? I don't freaking know. Well, we already know he doesn't regret it personally. So like, that's the case. Which is why he always says, like, we as in like the country of America did a lot of violence, but he can never understand or acknowledge like that personal regret on his part is just not there. Right? Which is why he's not anti-war, in my opinion, and for my definition of the word.
As a political tool to protect their political interests. But the people who got rich weren't in the infantry, and the people who benefited from it politically were not the
There are
average.
some people who just want to fight. He just wanted to fight for something that benefits everyone. No, he didn't care about that. He doesn't necessarily care about it benefiting everyone per se. Like, I think he wants to fight. Like, I think he likes violence. I think he just likes violence. He can still blame the government that sent him while saying how dumb he was to believe them, and how it was defending his country. How believing that it was defending his country, how the industry takes advantage of people. Yeah, but he's not saying that because he doesn't believe that. You know, he should say that. If he said that, I have a lot less of an issue with him. Right? It's like, yes, my country sent me to fight in this illegal war, right? And I was dumb to have believed them. And young people should not do this. They should not join this military if they think they're going to do something just immoral. I did a lot of immoral stuff when I was in the military. He should say that. That's what somebody with anti-war would say.
American. We spent, it looks like in the end, it's going to be somewhere around $8 trillion on the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. For nothing. $8 trillion added to the national debt, which is already gigantic. $8 trillion for nothing. Just a bucket of blood that we just dumped cash into for 20 straight years. That is not making America safer. That is not protecting the interests of the average American. That is using militarism and war as an excuse for people to make profit and for people in power to try to protect themselves.
Like, this is true. That doesn't answer the question of what he thinks the role of the American military should be.
Electorally, to try to use things like nationalism and patriotism to wrap themselves in the flag so they don't have to talk about the fact that their domestic policies are garbage and are not helping the average person. I just don't have any patience for it. The United States military, the willingness of young Americans to sign the dotted line and in many ways sacrifice their lives for this country to defend their fellow Americans, to protect the Constitution, that is a national resource that must be jealously guarded.
What? What? No. No. We should be more careful about how we throw away the lives of our American citizens, right? Not saying that we shouldn't throw them away, but we should throw them away on good stuff. You know what I mean? Like on wars that I like. Why is he not telling people just to not join? If he understands that it's bad, and he understands that there was immoral things that happened that he may or may not have done himself, why is he not telling people to just don't be like him? Don't sign your life away for this thing. I don't understand that.
Of young Americans to sign the dotted line and are not helping the average person. I just don't have any patience for it. The United States military, the willingness of young Americans to sign the dotted line and in many ways sacrifice their lives for this country to defend their fellow Americans, to protect the Constitution. That is a national resource that must be jealously guarded. That is not something to be squandered so some politician can protect their political future or so some Raytheon executive can buy another yacht.
Okay, then what do you want to use them for?
That is not what that is for. And yet for a very long time, primarily because Congress has abdicated its constitutional responsibility around war making, we have seen the U.S. military used for exactly those purposes. And as someone who had to see all of that close up close and personal, for someone who frankly still has to deal with the fact that I know what it looks like when American-made high explosives interact with children. It's an awful thing. It's not a thing that you just leave behind. It stays with you the rest of your life. Knowing that I went through those experiences because people in political power simply see war as a game or a tool. Pete Hegseth is literally using the U.S. military to make up for the fact that he's insecure about his own military service. That's insane. But he has power, and that's what he's doing right now.
That's what you think he's doing?
Absolutely. Of course that's what he's doing. Yeah. I mean, he was a National Guard major. I mean, no shade to the National Guard at all. I was in the National Guard. But his combat record doesn't look like the combat record of a lot of other people. And I think that bothers him. Deep down inside, it makes him insecure. And so now he gets to posture. And he gets to literally start wars so he can pretend that he's this big, tough guy. Never went to Ranger school. So, I'm not sure how tough he actually is.
Oh, who cares? You also didn't answer the question. What does he think the military should be used for? He just said not this, which I'm like, sure. I agree with him, not this. But like, yeah, I'm not looking forward to the endless white guy pissing contest that will come from this caveman.
Iraq, I think around the same time. And I've also seen, obviously, war. We were in Iraq, I think around the same time. And I've also seen, obviously, war up close. When you think about your opposition right now, do you see Iran, the war on Iran, in the same way? Yeah. Is this the same kind of war?
Same kind of war. Same kind of war. And it's a war, and the reason I say it's the same kind of war is that it is the outcome of politicians who think war is flippant, who think that war is just a little toy they get to play around with in order to kind of help themselves in whatever way possible. Iraq was that. It was that in a way that like the Bush administration got to enrich a lot of other people, got to kind of use the sort of the post 9/11 feel of patriotism to go start that war based on lies that people in the Bush White House have been trying to start for years. They used it. They used it because they can. And I see that exactly. That's exactly what we have here. And that's, by the way, that's what it was when we were dropping bombs on fishing boats in the Caribbean last fall. That's what going into Venezuela and kidnapping a foreign head of state was. This is people who have access to immense amounts of power who think that all of this is a game. It's a game that they can use to help themselves politically or enrich themselves and their friends. That's how they see it. And the burden of it is going to fall on the young American men and women who are sent over to fight it and the civilian populations in the nations that we start these wars in. That's who bears it. And I think that this war in Iran is exactly the same. Everyone's like, oh, we're almost to a peace deal in which we reopen the Straits of Hormuz. And it's like, oh, you mean what we had before the war started? You're going to tell me that we just spent $50 billion, 13 dead Americans, thousands of dead people, gas prices soaring, a possible collapse of fertilizer industries just to get back to where we were? That seems like a pretty stupid use of military force to me.
Another thing critics have brought up is your VA benefits, in the sense that they say, how does he qualify 100% when he's oyster farming and he's running a strenuous campaign. If
Is this a thing? I don't know. I don't know about the VA discourse.
you could just walk me through the benefits that you receive and
You should talk to the VA. They'll tell you how their process works.
what do you say to veterans who've had trouble accessing the benefits you've been able to use?
What I say is that one of the things I really want to work on in the Senate is building an army of social workers for the VA to go out into this country and find every single veteran who is not getting the benefits that they earned. Because one of the biggest problems is, and I have friends like this, I just was hanging out with one last week, friends who, because of struggles in life, have not been able to access benefits, which is ironic because the whole point of benefits is to help with the struggles. You know, when people are in the hole, when they are really having a hard time making it work, when you go turn in a piece of paperwork and they say, oh, you filled out the wrong form 47-alpha, you're supposed to fill out 47-bravo, you don't go back and do that. You think this system doesn't care about me because I'm already depressed and angry. And then you continue suffering. That needs to end. Is it
Medicare for all? I mean, yeah, Medicare for all would also include vets. But I'll just say socialized healthcare. I don't know. That's actually a good question. This will be a perfect time to throw in universal healthcare. He said it earlier in this interview, right? Instead of like, I will build an army of social workers to go and fix the VA issues, just say, yeah, it's insane that it's insane that you need to even like serve in the military to even get healthcare benefits in the first place. But what I want to do is move towards a system where everybody gets the same benefits that I get, right? Veteran or not, right? I think that would have been a better answer.
I have found that VA healthcare for me has been incredibly life-changing. The process to get it was still a total pain in the ass. I mean, I think I filed my first claim in 2013, and it wasn't until the early 2020s that the VA finally gave me my final rating. I mean, that's a long, long time. For many of those years, I didn't even have anything. And those were the years in which I struggled the most because I didn't have access to that support. I mean, that was when I was struggling. So what I would say to those vets is help's on the way. I mean, I very much want to go up in the US Senate and be a strong voice for making sure that not only do we expand VA benefits, not only do we protect it from the likes of Donald Trump and Doge, who are just trying to cut money left and right and just strip these systems for parts. I want to expand the VA's ability to find veterans who are suffering and get them the benefits that they earned.
I read.
I think that's personally silly. Like, just say you want healthcare for everybody, right? I think that's very silly. It just you give it to everybody. Like it works. He said it earlier, right? That's one of his actually good policies that he had. That like, just say yes. In a sense that the VA is pretty well liked by veterans. I wonder if it's I wonder if he actually did this. Do you think the VA is actually pretty liked by veterans? I've heard the VA sucks for a lot of people. I heard it's atrocious. It really depends. It varies by state. I just said it sucks too. Yeah, no, it does suck. He's right. He's not wrong about that from what I've heard. But like it's why honestly the VA shouldn't exist or shouldn't need to exist as a healthcare provider, right? The government should provide healthcare for everybody. We already have enough money. We already pay for it. Right? If you take all the money that we spend on these stupid wars, we can find healthcare for everybody, not just for veterans. Right? And so I think he should say that.
That your high school superlative was most likely to start a revolution?
Yes.
Is this run for Senate? Is this your revolution?
Yeah, I believe in the need for...
That's a stupid question. Sorry, it's not nice. Dumb question, though.
Political revolution in this country. And I think a lot of people do. The problem that we have right now is that the political system as it stands is what got us here. It's what has built this reality. We need a more democratic society. We need to end partisan gerrymandering. We need to get money out of politics. If I have my way, elections will be publicly funded and they will last 2 months. And there will be no consultant class. There will be no ad firms. Everybody gets the same pot of money. Get your signatures. Other countries do this, by the way. None of this is crazy. But it's revolutionary in America right now because that is so far away from what our politics has become. We advocated at the beginning of this nation for something different, for something more democratic.
We've seen the supposed tsunami of scandals yet. I know some Republicans were alluding to a big dump today. On Graham Plattner, I don't know.
A government that was actually going to represent the people themselves. That was the revolutionary promise that started America. We've never fulfilled it. We have moved slightly towards it at times. Sometimes we take steps back. Sometimes we take great leaps forward. But we are still on the path of fulfilling that revolutionary promise in which my favorite founding father, Thomas Paine, said in Common Sense in 1776, we have...
Sorry. It is kind of funny to have a famous, favorite founding father. It is kind of hilarious.
It in our power to make the world over again. We still have it in our power. That is a revolutionary concept. And a future in which politics is not for the rich, not for the powerful, but politics is truly democratic. It is accessible to the average American. It is something that someone like me down the road, I want people to say, like, you know what? I want to represent my community. I care about people around me. I want to go serve my time as a representative, that they can go do it. Because right now, if the average person has that thought, if they don't have access to money, or in my case, the luck of support from labor unions, then that's it. It's never going to happen. Building that future, that is revolutionary. And I think that's exactly the kind of future that people want in this country.
Presumptive Democratic nominee Graham Plattner, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
New episodes of Newsmakers can publish anytime. To stay caught up, subscribe on YouTube or follow on Spotify.
I can't believe we watched the entire thing. I don't think we've learned anything, honestly. He still sucks at answering questions about his past. Anyway, that's Graham Plattner. I did want to show this because I thought it was funny. Have y'all been seeing this?
We go ahead to
Juice tastes good.
Got another one, man. It's a new flavor, y'all. It's a double pineapple with lemonade mixed in.
Pineapple on the pineapple. That shit good as fuck.
Ooh. Super good, man. Y'all tap in, man. Get with me.
I ain't putting it back in the jar either.
Who has the other one? You know what I'm talking about. I can't believe I got it. I just typed in that big guy. And it came up immediately.
Yeah, that bit tough. That big guy.
Oh yeah. Appreciate you, buddy. Yes, sir.
Tyler, you don't talk like that. You do not speak like this amongst your parents. Or as you may call them, Todd and Rebecca. What would Todd have to say?
Yeah, that bit tough. That big guy.
Oh yeah. Appreciate you, buddy. Yes, sir.
I can't believe we got 2 of these videos within like a day of each other. Okay, so if you don't know what this is, there's been a recent trend that I guarantee you is the CIA. This is the CIA. They're basically taking jars of pineapple and they're dumping in packs of Kool-Aid to make Kool-Aid pineapple like concoctions. And they're selling these.
I'm from Florida in Sebring.
There's a third one, bro? There's 3?
Tell them where you from right there.
I'm from Florida in Sebring.
Okay then. Hey man, we out here at Chevron, man. Give us your honest opinion now.
Oh my God.
Try that juice.
Oh my God.
1 out of 10.
20.
Let the camera know, man. Y'all see what's
That bit
going
20.
on.
That bit good as fuck.
They said the same line, bro. They said the same line.
I'll pull up on us, man. Not playing. Appreciate you, man.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna get an alcohol one next time.
I know this is North Carolina. Hey, don't put this on us. Don't put this on us. This is either South Carolina or Georgia. It could also be, she says she's from Florida, so it may not be Florida, but it could be Florida too. Louisiana. It ain't, don't put this on North Carolina, bro.
Where you from right there?
I'm from Florida in Sebring.
Okay then.
Oh, there's another one, bro. Oh my goodness, it keeps going. It keeps going.
Man, that motherfucker good as a motherfucker.
And this is why I made my tweet. I said, what is in those jars to make white people talk like they've never talked before? Bro, what are they putting in these jars? You've never said these words in your life. This nobody accent's crazy. Lead. But so much lead. There's another one. Oh my goodness, there's so many of these.
Always. Let your homeboy try it.
Oh yeah.
Let me know what it's talking about, man.
She gas.
Okay.
What are we doing, bro? What? There's so many.
Here in the
Chet Hanks found some of the baddest stuff with the Joker. He's never to say after.
Bronx got the fucking
The Bronx? Okay, now it's going up north. Now it's literally spreading. It's infecting the country. It's infecting the country.
Kool-aid, pineapple, blueberry, alien cock fucking concoction. Never had something like this before.
I've never had something like this before.
You know, it's different vibes. I need to try this, bro. Oh man, you want one?
I'm good, thank you.
It's a Kool-Aid pineapple. Bro, I gotta taste this, bro. Ooh! Oh, that's so fire. The big gap.
Okay, he's joking. He's beaming. That's a meme. He's beaming. He's beaming. He's beaming. He's memeing. 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 The one Chauncey watched last night was sitting Things we're desperate and missing racism hunts like this. Oh no.
All right, I'm in LA.
What? Oh, what? This is a different one.
All right, I'm in LA trying the viral Kool-aid.
Oh no, it just changed. Okay, let me finish this one off first.
I think grape might be arguably the best Kool-Aid flavor. Let's see if they be actually guy. See if they be guy.
Yeah, he's memeing. At least they're not. They're. It's whatever, bro. It lasts like a day.
Trying the viral Kool-Aid pineapples that have been spreading across the internet faster than the new virus. I got my hands on 3 flavors: blue raspberry, tropical punch, and watermelon. Everyone's saying to try the juice first. The juice is overly sweet. Let's try a pineapple spear. It tastes like these except EBT.
Excuse me? What does he even mean by that? That doesn't even make any sense. I don't even know what he's trying to say with that. Like,
he goes,
he's just like, what's the most racist thing I can say?
Tropical punch. Oh, the CIA is having a field day with y'all. Ooh, this one was marinating in that Kool-Aid.
That doesn't even make sense, though. With who? Like, what does he mean? He's just like, take a sip, say something I think will be racist.
Y'all are so quick to make a business out of anything. I found a guy selling these on Instagram and Facebook Marketplace for $20 a pop. This is how I'll be enhancing my experience. Ooh, we got a fatty. I wanted to see who would be the...
What does he mean by that? What? Direct quote from Sean C. Or should endorse, I don't know if bro's agent enough to get away with this.
The first one to sell or make these out of a store. But I just found out that the guy I bought these from just so happened to partner with a liquor store to sell these out of. That one was the watermelon.
Please.
Oh, so refreshing. My favorite was the tropical punch, blue raspberry, and then the watermelon. Take a good look at that again. All right, I'm in LA trying the viral...
This is a controversy, I think. I mean, people say that he's a racist, so... You guys suck to give a family restaurant in Japan a bad review because he wouldn't give him free food. I think I might have seen that guy. Where's the link I had? Okay. It's already been commodified. Kool-Aid pineapples are breaking containment. The elderly white people and retail workers have been converted. Hey, if you're gonna buy one, oh bro, with a spoon? Nah, you can't use a spoon.
You like it? Nice, thank you.
That's good.
Thank you. There's 20.
He didn't say it. That big guy. That big guy. Bro, there are so many of them. You know what? I said this is the CIA. I lied. This is isn't a psyop. This is not a psyop. This is reparations. Hear me out. Hear me out. Black people took random stuff on the shelf, threw it in a bottle, and started selling it to white people. And white people are eating it up. Black people are eating this? No, I'm not showing you black people. It's not a thing. That doesn't exist. Doesn't exist.
It's a juicy situation, y'all. And we got pink lemonade. Okay, period. Okay, give me a rate 1 out of 10. 10. Okay, period.
Hooked. 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 I did see this. We looked at it on stream, I think. Pretty sure. Please, bro. Please. What are we doing? In the washing machine?
That's how I make mine. First, we start off with the peanut pineapple and the cherry. Let's go ahead and get that up in there. Now
You're not supposed. What do you mean? How I make my? It's dirty.
That peanut pineapple mixes with that cherry well to make sure that these pineapple slices go in nice and right. Bloop. Let's throw those in there. So as we get that, everybody doesn't like to add that lime and that lemon.
Okay, this is rage bait, yeah.
But I like to do that because it adds a little twang. See, that's the difference between mine and everybody else's. Okay, you see me going with.
But it's not rage bait because he actually bought the stuff for it.
Now, I also see people, they add some sugar, but they don't add enough. Let's go, whole bag.
Oh, okay, it's 100% rage bait. It's rage bait. It's rage bait. It's rage bait. It's rage bait. Hey, but speaking of this, like, white people have their own rage bait content, right? That one black, the one white lady with the Blackstone. All right, y'all have this too. Oh no. Okay. This is my line. This is my line. You cannot give it to the cops. Racism. You cannot give it to the police. They don't deserve this. You can't get high on your own supply. Okay, don't look at this patch. Don't look at this patch. It's not North Carolina.
See what he thinks.
That's it, man.
That's good? Well, we appreciate you.
Thank y'all.
All right, we're done. We're done with this. You have to hold this L. No, he's not North Carolina, bro. I don't know. It's probably not us. He's fake cop. Okay, this is my favorite one though. This is like the OG. This is the OG.
Yeah, that bit tough. That big guy.
Oh yeah. Appreciate you, buddy. Yes, sir.
Yeah, that bit tough. That big guy.
Oh yeah. Appreciate you, buddy. Yes, sir.
Did I put it back? I mean, he's gonna eat the whole thing, hopefully, not share with other people. I know this guy offered to mow your lawn once, be for real. Again, what is in those jars to make white people talk like they've never talked before? It's got 1 million views, by the way. I'm so back. I looked at my Twitter yesterday and I was like, I haven't had a hit tweet in a while. So I was laying down on my bed and I typed this out and then I posted this and I went to sleep. Woke up, 1 million views, 20,000 likes. Cinema. All right. I think that's it for me. Hear my stomach rumbling? Stomach is making the rumblings that only hands can satisfy. Trying to make his back true. Crazy Llamas reference in 2026. Listen. I always reference niche things that nobody ever knows about. There's next Lego theft update video. I did not. North Carolina barbecue. Ooh, I might get some North Carolina barbecue for lunch. You wanna know why? That big tough. That big guy. I had it open here. It's 17 minutes.
The American Fork Police Department.
We can do this, we can do some drama, chat. It's up to you. You don't know what kind of drama we're doing. Oh, by the way, like my newest post on my art page. Like, because you know what drama? A big ass. Already did, thank you. I draw her looking up. That's not happening. As it happening. I tried to take what I learned from this one and apply it to this one with no draw along. Every new sub alert. Ooh, that should be new sub alert. For like every a gifted sub or something. Anybody for the PlayStation event today? No, nothing's gonna happen. The Hell's Paradise rolling. I haven't seen Hell's Paradise.
Has responded to the video I made about them.
I am the Chief of Police for the American Fork Police Department. I'd like to address the members of our American
I'm glad they turned the volume up for this.
Fork and Cedar Hills community regarding some videos currently circulating on social media.
So now I will offer a response to their response. There's a lot of new information in this response that I've been wanting to get for a long time, so we'll go over that first. One of the main questions in my video was, why did I get swatted for stealing the Legos when this wasn't a mystery to the police officers and they knew that I didn't steal the Legos, that Josh stole the Legos.
He basically stole a $200,000 collection of Star Wars Legos.
But still, why did they raid my house for stealing the Legos when there's an overwhelming amount of evidence that Josh stole the Legos? When I requested the body cam footage of this to try to find the answers myself, they redacted everything, and they claimed it was to protect the victims. However, one of my friends set up a GoPro as we were getting swatted, and we caught the entire conversation on camera.
Included in the warrant are Legos.
For 3 months, the police department's answer has been, this redaction is important because it protects Josh, the victim of this case. However, we can clearly see that the police are looking for Legos and they saw no Legos. And they redacted this because they were embarrassed.
All right, I'm on the phone. We sacrifice a drama we sacrificed to watch this. Guess we'll never know.
That they made such a stupid decision to swat the
wrong
person. They were so embarrassed of swatting my house for stealing the Legos that in all of the police reports, it is completely redacted. The police department wants this information hidden so bad that they're willing to break the law to hide this from everyone.
Okay, also, can I just say, he wasn't swatted. The police conducted a search warrant, most likely illegal. Right? I mean, technically it was legal because it was like signed by a judge or whatever, but like under false pretenses. That's not necessarily what a swatting is. A swatting is when somebody calls you up, boop boop beep boop beep boop beep boop beep. Hey, there's something happening at this place. You know what I mean? That's the swatting.
The only reason I know about it is because of the receipt I got the night I was released from jail and my friend's GoPro that was recording. So even though I've been asking them for 3 months why I got swatted, they finally came up with an answer, which is the Airbnb host told them that I stole the Legos.
During contact with the Airbnb owner, the owner reported overhearing conversations about possible stolen Legos. Specifically, officers wrote in the search warrant affidavit, the homeowner also disclosed that he could hear multiple individuals inside the residence speaking about possibly stolen Lego toys they had taken. Based on that information, officers added a request within the search warrant affidavit seeking authorization to also search for and seize possible stolen property, including Lego merchandise. 4th District Judge Roger W. Griffin reviewed and approved the search warrant.
I always like giving people the benefit of the doubt, and I will take the police officer's word on this, but something fishy is going on here, and everything can just be cleared up if you unredact the audio and let everyone see the truth. Also, after we got raided and the police officers found no Legos, all of this footage has been redacted too. And my guess is if the police unredact this footage, we will find out the answers once and for all. While we were getting swatted,
I mean,
one of the
they're not going to do this.
police officers decided to injure me for absolutely no reason. He claims it's because I was trying to make a fast movement.
Don't move like that. You understand me? Don't move like that. Don't move quick. Everybody just chill.
But when we replay the footage, you can clearly see I was not making any fast movements. However, the police department has an answer to this.
During Snyder's detention, Lieutenant Adamson took hold of Snyder's right arm. Lieutenant Adamson later reported that he felt Snyder tense his arm, at which point Adamson moved Snyder's right arm behind his back to place him into custody.
Wow. When you grab somebody, they tense up? Question mark, question mark? That's a thing that happens?
Custody.
The police department has made it clear I did not, in fact, make any quick movements like the police officer claims I did. So the police officer was lying, but not fully, because I did tense my arm. However, he lunges at me extremely fast before he even touches me. So how could he even know that I was tensing my arm before he even grabs me? That doesn't make any sense. There's only one solution. This police officer has psychic powers, and he could tell that my arm was tensing up before grabbing me. However, this makes no sense, because if the police officer did truly have psychic powers, he would have known that we were not the thieves, Josh and Brandon were the thieves. So this can't be the case either. I'm trying to have an open mind with these different possibilities of what this could be, but literally the only outcome left is that this police officer injured me for no reason. However, the police have another response to this of why I must be lying.
In the X-ray image displayed by Mr. Snyder in that video, a small L is visible in the upper right-hand corner of the X-ray. The L indicates the image is that of the left shoulder. The video shows Lieutenant Adamson handling Snyder's right arm during the arrest.
Yes, the stock footage I used to show what a dislocated shoulder is, an image that's clearly not mine because I didn't go to the hospital, I went to jail. So how could I have taken this picture? But anyways, the stock image I used is of a left shoulder when my shoulder that got injured was my right shoulder. When I was editing this, I like to think highly of my audience that they would have known that this was a stock image and I wouldn't have to spoon feed every tiny detail to my audience. But now I realize that there's another portion of my audience called the American Fork Police Department that maybe I do have to spoon feed every single piece of information to. So,
oh, you're right. Ben has gained 200,000 subs since Sunday. It's almost at 1 million subs because of this.
I'm going to use this as constructive criticism, and in every single episode going forward now that I know that the American Fork Police Department's watching, I will be forced to spoon feed every single detail. As a professional slackliner, dislocating my shoulder is almost a monthly thing for me.
The whole weight of my arm is just on this bone.
Ooh.
3 days before I got arrested, I had a really bad ski accident where I had a really bad dislocation of my shoulder, and any movement at all would have dislocated it. So I will say here, I don't think that the police officer was purposely trying to injure me. I think to a normal person, this would have been fine. But for me in particular, this was not good, but it was still unjustified. And the police officer was just making up an excuse, and now they're making up an excuse to defend it. Another thing I find shocking is the chief of police, even after reviewing the dash cam footage, says that we ran a stop sign.
Richardson initiated a traffic stop on the vehicle for failing to stop before the stop line at a stop sign and failing to stop completely at that stop sign.
The chief of police looked at this video and said, "We ran a stop sign." And now he's using that to say, this was a legal traffic stop. The police officers did nothing wrong. At this point, we thought the best thing to do was to take Josh to court so he can be legally accountable for the crimes he committed. However, to do that, we are first required to serve him court papers. So we did what the law told us to do. I got a process server, and we went to his house to do this the legal way. However, Josh did not want to do this the legal way, and instead called the police on us.
Joshua Johnson contacted police and reported he was going to shoot someone as a result of the ongoing harassment. Multiple officers...
What? He calls the police to report himself for a crime, and you go and arrest the people he's trying to threaten to shoot? Man, I think the police is not a corrupt institution. They're totally chill, I guess.
Officers immediately responded to the area.
Josh was so scared of going to court that he would rather shoot us than accept these court papers. Josh's logic here is that if he can murder the process server and if he can murder me, then he can get away with his crimes because there'll be no one to sue him in court. However, sadly for Josh, murder is illegal. And now he just admitted his plans to the police officers. The American Fork Police should at least be arresting Josh for trying to use murder as a way to get out of court. But sadly, for some reason, they arrested me instead.
Find you back. Am I being arrested?
You're under arrest right now.
Really?
Something about this seems off, and all of the answers are in the body cam footage. However, they redacted all the body cam footage. So this is where I think if we all come together as a community, we can somehow convince the American Fork Police Department to unredact this footage so we can find out why they arrested me and not the guy who threatened to murder me. However, the American Fork Police does not want to unredact the footage right now, and now have made up a new excuse of why I was the one justified being arrested.
Officer Sumbot contacted the Marion County Circuit Court in Oregon to verify the legitimacy of the paperwork. The court confirmed that the case was indeed legitimate, but that papers had already been served and no hearing date had yet been scheduled.
The police department said the reason they arrested me and not Josh this day is because they called to confirm if this was a real court case, and they said it was real. However, the papers have already been served, and now I'm doing this solely to get YouTube content. And if that's true, I would like to see footage of it. They released all the raw footage, and that part doesn't seem to be in the raw footage.
That's already been to court, or are you allowed to tell me kind of where they're at with the case?
There is no hearing date set, and there hasn't been a hearing in the case yet. All I see is the claim that was filed. I don't see proof of service or anything. A hearing wouldn't be set until a response is filed by defendant.
Okay, so the defendant needs to be served with papers before the case will, I guess, start?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you for your help. I think that's all for today. Thank you.
No problem.
So, but she said that she doesn't see like a service record, like it wasn't served yet. So they're lying. Well, I mean, the cops.
Bye.
Right here, the police officer admits that it is March 10th.
On March 10th, 2026.
However, you can see here that Josh doesn't get served until 3 days later, March 13th. So how could Josh have already been served on March 10th if he didn't get served until March 13th? Unless Josh is a time traveler. There's only one way to clear this all up. American Fork Police Department, show me the time machine. So now they say that I have done all the check marks which constitute stalking. Let's go through them.
Individual commits stalking if the individual intentionally or knowingly engages in a course of conduct directed at a specific individual.
So yes, I did do an action that was targeted at a specific individual, but that's what's required by the court if I want to take someone to court. If someone steals your stuff and you go through the legal process to take them to court, it is not considered stalking. I have a right as an American to sue him.
Is reckless as to whether that course of conduct would cause a reasonable person to fear for the individual's own safety or the safety of another.
The second check mark is that if a reasonable person would be scared. The police are claiming that since this action made Josh scared, this check mark is complete. However, they have completely forgotten about the term reasonable. As we can see, Josh is not a reasonable person. This is someone who multiple times has tried to silence someone by accusing them of being on heroin.
Here's the crazy thing. They told me that they took over that location because the owners were using the location to fund their heroin addiction.
What?
Yeah, and that's how they took it over, and saying they had like a pigeon in there that was crapping all over the Legos, and it smelled bad, all this stuff.
This is someone who threatened to murder me just for trying to serve him papers. This is not a reasonable person. It is not reasonable to threaten to murder someone just for serving papers. A reasonable person would accept the papers, so that second checkbox does not meet the requirements. I even tried explaining this to one of the police officers early on.
What the law says is if the average person would feel unsafe by our behaviors. So I think he's feeling unreasonably unsafe. A reasonable person would not feel unsafe in the situation. Well, I can say the same thing. I feel unsafe trying to conduct business with him, and he calls the police on me to hide. I feel unsafe because of that. Because we had a 3-hour search in our car. He said we had heroin in our car yesterday. We had a 3-hour search in our car. That makes me feel unsafe. I think that's reasonable for me to feel unsafe. It's not reasonable for him to feel unsafe.
So Josh is actually the one who said he was going to murder me if I take him to court. But now...
Listen, you're not going to debate with the police. It's just not going to happen. They will lie. This is a perfect example of it.
I'm the one that's being looked into for threatening to murder Josh. How does this make any sense?
Mr. Johnson alleged that Mansell had hired Benjamin Snyder to harass, stalk, vandalize the store, threaten to murder the manager of the store.
Now, let's go to the heroin claim. We got pulled over by the police, and they claimed that we had heroin on us.
This officer is going to conduct the search of your person because there are substances in the vehicle.
Most of this footage is redacted, so again, there's a big mystery of what happened. Can we all come together and convince the American Fork Police Department to unredact this so we can find out the truth? However, what the police is claiming now is that they did not get a call saying that we had heroin on us. Instead, they could just tell from the second we pulled over that our eyes were glossy.
During the interaction, Officer Fraughton indicated he believed Shaw's eyes appeared glossy and expressed concern regarding possible impairment.
If we look back on the raw footage, this is what the police officer said his first interaction with us was like.
Good with these guys being able to drive?
Yeah, I think so. I didn't see anything clear as day with Tyler that I noticed.
What's the goal of...
Right now? Yeah, I was gonna scare him a little bit and let him go is all I really was gonna do.
Do we have charges, or are we just tired of them being annoying?
It seems hard to take what the chief of police is saying seriously because so far almost everything he said is a lie. So the only way we can actually find out the truth is if we unredact everything. We already know the victim's name is Joshua Johnson. Why do we have to keep that protected? His name is already out there. None of these redactions are protecting anything except for the police. And now I want to acknowledge my friend Sheldon's arrest.
The group stated they were supporting a GoFundMe campaign for a dying man. One of the individuals, later identified as Sheldon Norcross. Officer Richardson then decided to seize Norcross's phone, pending the approval of a search warrant, in order to preserve potential evidence and prevent the deletion or alteration of any data. According to Officer Richardson's report, when Norcross was informed that the phone was going to be seized, Norcross immediately began manipulating the device.
The police officer claims that Sheldon was arrested because he opened his phone to start deleting evidence. However, we can clearly see in the footage Sheldon's thumb is heading towards that lock button to lock his phone.
What's happening with the raid? Sorry, I got distracted by Little Caesars.
His phone was open when he pulled it out, and the phone was transitioning from on to off. Not from off to on. From this response, it almost seems like the police officers didn't even watch the video. So American Fork Police Department, if I'm your teacher, here's your homework. First off, learn the facts of what actually happened. Second off, stop lying about the facts. No one's believing it. The third thing is unredact the audio that makes the police look bad. Some of the best...
I mean, they're not really going to do this, but I think it's interesting that he's kind of... I think Ben is farming this a little bit. Rightfully so. He got arrested for this. But obviously the police department is not going to do any of this.
Lawyers in the United States are reaching out to me right now, so eventually this is going to get released. Wouldn't you just like to get this over with sooner rather than dragging this out? The more we drag this out, the more content we get, so this only benefits me to drag this out. It doesn't benefit you. If you unredact the illegally redacted parts now, you'll win over audience support much faster. It's kind of funny because a lot of you guys probably think I'm trying to make fun of this other cop by how he was talking.
Brother, you mind turning up the volume? Holy, it's actual ASMR. Wow. I cannot really hear him. Why is he whispering?
No, I'm actually just super sick right now. I haven't been sleeping because I'm trying to get out part 3 as fast as I can. And that's caused me just to stay up all night, every night, and not sleep. And now I'm sick and have no voice. But yeah, I guess it kind of, I don't know why that police officer was talking with such a low, quiet voice, but that's why I am, at least. I wasn't making fun of him. I literally am just genuinely sick. But if you want to see part 3, subscribe to my Patreon at patreon.com/recklessben. Part 3 will be up there very soon. Part 2, I'm only dealing with misdemeanors, but part 3 is when they start accusing me of felonies. So it gets insane. But yeah, stay tuned. I'm going to crank out videos in the meantime until part 3 is done. But thanks for all the support.
British release part 3. Yeah, just put it out there. We'll see when it comes out. He's booking this. I mean, again, I get it. He got arrested.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a
Yeah,
capitalist.
makes sense.
Okay? I live when
But I didn't think for 2 months. 2
I
months.
check just subscribe.
I feel like you were subscribed for
Maybe
longer. Am I
this
tripping?
radicalizes normies. I like it.
Oh, your name used to be like Yellow, I think. But anyway, I think that's it for my stream here. The Mormon Mafia, State of Utah, coming at him. True. Yeah. Thank you all for watching. I'm gonna go sleep.